So it gives me great honor to be up here to represent us and my family as well. To start off again for this presentation, I'd like to acknowledge that none of us humans have formed any of these rocks or made any of these trees or any of these dirt. In Lakota, we believe it was made by the Creator. And if we acknowledge the Creator will always be there with us. So this melody that I'm going to play for you is one of our oldest prayer melodies, and it's the melodies of the directions. In Lakota, we believe that there's 7 directions. Wioch beata, waziata kia, wioch hiapata, ito kagata, makata kia, wakata kia. Oyanke, the life we live is that 7 direction. So here's a prayer melody and a prayer song for you guys' travels and your time here. And the next melody, I have to say, those who know me, if you like my character and you like how I am, I have to say the reason why it is because I'm a grandma's boy and I'm a mama's boy. And I miss my grandmothers and I miss my mom so, so much. And what I also like to remind people is next time when you see one of our beautiful teepees that are set up, just keep in mind, those belong to the women. The women put up those lodges. The women are the ones who went out into the forest and cut down those lodgepole pines and scraped the bark and the branches off those trees and made that into a home. Without them, we would not exist. So I would like to take the time to honor the daughters, the sisters, the mothers, the aunties, and the grandmothers and the great-grandmothers and play for you one of my grandmother's favorite melodies. I won't tell you what it is, but I'll just let you guess. And the last song I want to do for you is a combination of a couple songs. When I do my presentations and when I think about when I walk in our country, I remind myself of a lot of these people who have went through the trials and tribulations for us to be here to this day. A few individuals I'd like to honor that are really big role models for me and remind me how great America can be and still is. First one is Crispus Attucks. He was one of our first casualties of our Revolutionary War. He was a man of Wampanoag and African descent who had his own business and shipping company in Boston, Massachusetts in the 1700s. The next one is Jim Thorpe, the very first president of our National Football League. What can say more America than American football? Then I have to give acknowledgement to the Duke of Hawaii for bringing surfing to our country. Then from surfing we got skateboarding, snowboarding, and wakeboarding. All 4 of those sports are in the Olympics now. And of course, one that doesn't get recognized enough. A lot of honor and credit to one of our fellow Marines, Ira Hayes, who was right there pushing up that American flag on Hiroshima that day to ensure our victory. And the last two I'd like to acknowledge come from right here in South Dakota. The first one is still alive and inspiring people all over the world. 1964 is the first one to ever win the 10,000 meter race. 2026, he's still the only one who's won that 10,000 meter race. That great American hero and that tribal citizen is Billy Mills. And then the last one doesn't get recognized enough. And she is a lady that came from South Dakota. She is one of our first Native authors. She's the first Native woman to ever compose and write an opera that has been performed on Broadway in New York City. The last years of her life she spent living in Washington, D.C., practicing our right of freedom of speech, fighting for two people to have civil rights, for us Native Americans and for women to have the right to vote. And that great American hero and that tribal citizen, her name is Gertrude Simmons Bonham. So for them, this is my composition and my rendition called Sunlit Sea to Shining Sea. Sunlit sea, ships can be only mine. Travel far amongst the stars of mankind. Cast your spell, stories tell what would happen in time. Then bombs go off, and souls are lost. Then bombs go off. What's the call? It's like a sea, like a sea, lost after war. Naturally, we would be something a whole lot more. Open minds are the ones who find the key to unlock the door. Many people walking around don't know what they're living for. Then bombs go off, and souls are lost. Then bombs go off, but what's the call? was alone. God bless America. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you need to stop the show for safety. Please go inside for the time being. Need to stop the show for weather and safety. Please go inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Severe weather warning. Prepare for ping-pong-sized hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Seek shelter, please, at this time. Seek shelter, please, at this time. Thank you.
Down on the end, I'll wear and grab my raincoat and weapons.
And we're live here at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota for a celebration marking America's 250th birthday. The event includes music, fireworks, and remarks by President Donald Trump, scheduled for 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The event is currently in a break now. You're watching live America 250 coast-to-coast coverage here on C-SPAN 2.
C-SPAN's America 250 coverage is supported by YouTube.
The C-SPAN networks, delivering round-the-clock, uninterrupted coverage of the nation's 250th birthday, bringing the most comprehensive view of this once-in-a-lifetime celebration with festivals, parades, and fireworks displays. Well, up next, current and former governors of North Dakota reflect on the life and legacy of Theodore Roosevelt. The discussion, moderated by Governor Kelly Armstrong, takes place at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in Medora, North Dakota.
Next, we have the story at the heart of everything around you. In 1883, a young New Yorker came west to hunt in the Dakota Badlands. Months later, tragedy struck back home. He lost his wife and mother on the very same day, and he returned to this hard, beautiful country to rebuild himself. He ranched, he struggled, he endured, and he left convinced that he never would have become president had it not been for his time in North Dakota. This conversation gathers the leaders who have since guided the state that shaped Roosevelt. They'll what North forged in Roosevelt and what it still offers the country today. Moderating is North Dakota Governor Kelly Armstrong, joined by 4 former governors of North Dakota, Doug Burgum, Jack Dalrymple, John Hoeven, and Ed Schaefer. Please join me in welcoming the governors.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before I introduce the panelists really quick and turn it over to each and every one of them, I would just take a moment to say, I think being the governor in North Dakota is the coolest job in all of politics. And for one brief moment of personal privilege, I can tell you it's not always easy. But it is significantly easier when you get to follow 4 legends who did a fantastic job. And really, really changed the trajectory of this state in a positive way. Sitting to my left is Secretary Doug Burgum. After a successful career in the private sector that landed Microsoft's 2nd largest U.S. campus in Fargo, North Dakota, Doug Burgum served 8 years as governor from 2016 to 2024. President Trump nominated him to be the 55th Secretary of the Interior in November of 2024, and he was confirmed and officially sworn in on February 1st, 2025. Next is Jack Dalrymple. Jack was named Outstanding Young Farmer of the USA in 1983 and helped found the North Dakota Growers Pasta Company. He served 8 terms in the state legislature, including 6 as House Appropriations Chairman, before being elected Lieutenant Governor on the ticket with John Hoeven in 2000. Jack served 6 years as governor from 2010 to 2016. John Hoeven. For more than 3 decades, starting with his time as the president and CEO of the Bank of North Dakota, John Hoeven has been working on behalf of the people of our state. He currently serves as North Dakota's 22nd U.S. Senator, a position he has held since 2011, following his 10 years of service as the state governor. And last but definitely not least, Ed Schaefer. Ed served 8 years as governor from 1992 to 2000 and is the first and only North Dakotan to serve as the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. Prior to running for office, he worked in the private sector for Gold Seal, the North Dakota-based manufacturing firm founded by his father, Harold Schaefer, serving as company president from 1978 to 1985. And I got his desk in my office. Here's a fun fact. This is not the most governors that have ever been on stage together. 25 years ago, 2 of them were at this event. 25 years ago, 6 governors took the stage together in Bismarck, North Dakota for a panel discussion to mark the 20th anniversary of the North Dakota Heritage Center. So we can say for sure that this is the most governors that have ever been on the stage at the same time in Medora. I told you guys in the green room we really want this to be a conversation. I hope I'll ask the questions, but really I'm really excited to hear you guys riff with each other, because this is just really for everybody in this room, and especially for me, just a real honor to be up here with each and every one of you. But the question 1 is, Theodore Roosevelt arrived in Medora, a grieving, asthmatic New York assemblyman, and left a different man. Every one of you has stood on this ground and seen this country in every season. Governor Burgum, let's start with you. What does Western North Dakota do to a person? What did it do to you that no other place can?
Well, thank you, Kelly. certainly got a story to tell there, but I do want to say I had an experience like you years ago. There was an event where these three governors were there. Jack had just been elected. I was in the private sector and got invited to attend, and Alan Olson was there, so there was 4 governors, and I was asked to be MC, and I was looking around the room, and I said, there was things going on nationally and in other states. I said, well, wow, North Dakota's an amazing place. Look, we got these 4 amazing leaders. We're all here together. I said, if we were in Illinois and we had 4 governors all in one place, we'd be meeting at a prison.
I'd have probably been their lawyer.
And that was funny because it was actually true, given what was going on there right now. But it's an honor to be here with these folks. And of course, as I look down the line and what Kelly said, absolutely, I got a chance, like Kelly, we're standing on the shoulders of the great performances here. And a special nod to Ed Schaefer, because he was the first guy that broke through as a Republican governor. When he got elected, there weren't any. And now, I could have, if you have this panel 100 years from now, it might be 100 years of Republicans based on what got started. But way to go, Ed. Let's give it up for Ed. Thank you. But Western North Dakota, it's you're growing up in the eastern part of the state, but I was fortunate both my parents were hunters, my mom and my dad, but it was largely bird hunting. They both pheasant hunted, duck hunted. We had, dogs, golden retrievers growing up. So I grew up in a hunting family and from a very young age. But then my dad, who had been served in World War II, came down with a terminal illness, passed away after a long battle for a couple years when I was a freshman in high school. And I didn't really have a mentor to say, hey, like pick up the baton and let's go, learn about hunting. But I had an older cousin who had kids about my age. He invited me to go deer hunting out in the Badlands. We stayed at a ranch down in Marmarth, and my first time out here then was I was a sophomore in high school, and that was transformational for me. I mean, we'd been through the park when I was in single digits because my grandparents lived in Helen. I had cousins in Billings, and so I'd seen the park. But to actually get on the ground and hunt was something, and that was a love affair that never ended. And I've been, hunting in the Badlands basically every year of my life, all the way up through. I don't post about it when you're in this position, but it was I did, and often when I was governor, I didn't either. But I did end up getting out here for a couple days last December, and was. Knocked down a nice mule deer at the last day of the season last year, about 30 miles south of here, and that was fun. Then I had to come up here and check on what was going on over here, and then some of the guys on the construction team were like, "Who's this dude wearing camo that's walking through here?" Like like whatever the whole thing. So they're like, I was squeezing in. It was a dual day. I got to shoot a nice mule deer, and I got to come here and watch the progress on the library last December.
That sounds like my favorite day in Western North Dakota. So it sounds perfect. You've each served as governor as one of the most independent-minded states in the country. Governor Hoeven, from your different times in office, what is the part of governing North Dakota that an outsider gets most wrong, and what do you miss most about the job?
I don't know. I don't know if outsiders get it wrong, but I think they maybe don't realize the full extent of it. But North Dakota is an incredible ag powerhouse. And I wore a tie in honor of that today. For all our great farmers and ranchers, right? But we're also an energy powerhouse. And when you tell them that we produce 1.1 million barrels of oil a day, they kind of are agog at that and don't realize that's more than some OPEC countries. They're all excited about Venezuela right now. And Venezuela's producing, less than 300,000. And so I think that's one of the things. People don't realize the impact that North Dakota has on this nation. 40 different major crops. We're either number one or, one of the top producing states in the country in terms of agriculture and ag diversity. And we're just building on that, and it keeps growing and going. And we're leading the world, really, in agriculture. And now the same thing in energy. I think we provide electricity to about 10 or 12 different states, and think how important that is now with all the, data centers, AI, and everything else. Look at this place. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt wouldn't be talking to President Trump without all that electricity to power the AI, and a lot of it's provided right here in North Dakota, and oil and gas, and starting certainly with Governor Schaefer and myself and all these governors, we've worked hard to make North Dakota an energy powerhouse. And the people of this state and the companies of the state have done this. It's really incredible. And just like we're at our 250th birthday, We're the strongest nation in the world. I think in terms of we need to keep our shoulder to the wheel for the next 250 years. And so I talk about things like Crack the Code 2.0 and how we're going to continue to build on those strengths, whether it's ag or energy or anything else. I've always said we can compete with anyone, anywhere, anytime, and do very well.
North Dakota produces food, fuel, and the country's hardest working people. Each of you has led this state through a different chapter of its story. Agriculture, oil, technology, conservation. Governor Dalrymple, what is the next chapter, and what is the version of stewardship North Dakotans should expect from whoever follows?
Okay, that's a pretty complicated question, but let me start with an introduction. I got to tell people that before I became a governor, I was actually a lieutenant governor for quite a long time. So I have this soft spot in my heart for people who don't get recognized. Drew Wrigley, would you stand up? He was my lieutenant governor the entire time.
The actual current lieutenant governor is dead.
And now he's, sunk down to attorney general, but he's just still doing a fantastic job all the way around. And I'm going to exercise my privilege to introduce my family who has come with me. I don't know where they are, but would you all please stand up and say hello, every single one of you. Come on, you have to stand up. First Lady Betsy. Oh, there's some grandchildren back there. I had to do that, Kelly, because I think of this place, Medora, as the place where people come together, where they meet, where they have a family reunion. And for me, walking in here, having been out of office for almost 10 years now, I'm standing in the hallway, and it's unbelievable, the number of people that come up and remember the things that we did for years. What fun is that? And I think this place is about fun. It's about tourism, Ed, thank you. And, people coming together to talk, but just experience this place together. The years that I was governor were really a great ride. And I hit 6 years when North Dakota really surged. Poor Doug Burgum, he came into office after me, and I said, Doug, congratulations. Just so you know, you're starting out with the state pretty much #1 in everything. But I did tell him the importance of sustaining, the position that we have, and he did a pretty darn good job of that, and in many new areas made a great leap forward. Energy, okay, I'll take one out of that long list you gave me. The energy story in North Dakota is so interesting because I remember, I'm so old, I remember when the first energy crisis came along, long, long ago, and Richard Nixon asked the nation to not turn on any Christmas lights to save power that year. And a few years later, we had another wave of energy crisis, and Jimmy Carter said the answer to the problem is conservation. Just use less electricity this year than you used last year. And I'm thinking, where does this go? And yet for years, that was talked about as a viable approach. Just don't want so much energy. But eventually, people began to realize that that was not the solution. And we started getting calls for energy policy nationally. We need more energy policy. We don't have an energy policy. And everybody was getting all tensed out about it and who had the best energy policy. Finally, I remember this great quote by Governor Haley Barbour of Mississippi. He said, in his drawl, he said, I got an energy policy, is more energy. And it was kind of like from then on, everybody started to realize, yeah, we have to develop all our sources. And one of the first guys to coin the term was John Hoven. All of the above. We're not for one kind of energy over another. We need it all. We need a lot of it. And we're not going to even talk favorably about one over the other. And now we finally, John, it's taken a long time, but we've finally reached a point where I feel like we are kind of at that place where people understand it. And the policies that we have are not really policies, it's just an attitude going forward is so valuable. But I got to just tell my little story about oil and gas development because I really hit the surge. And it was wild and woolly, believe me. That was a true oil boom. No fooling around. And I learned about it on a cocktail napkin in the bistro bar one night, long ago. And there was a guy there that night by the name of Lauren Kopsing, and he drew a picture of the Bakken seam. And he said, Jack, you got to understand, it's right there. But every time you drill into it, it crumbles and clogs, and you can't get it out. He said, but we've got the secret. Then he drew a little line underneath the seam, and he said, this is another layer. And they went up to the University of North Dakota to the core library, and they took a look at the cores, and they realized that they could probably drill into the layer underneath. And then if they did a good enough job of fracking or cracking the seams, the oil in the Bakken would drip down into the other layer. So you see, that moment was actually probably the beginning of the great boom in the nation. No more take spare gas cans with you in the back of your car when you went to Minneapolis. All of a sudden, we go from being a non-contender to being the largest producer of oil and gas in the world. And John Hoven got in on a lot of that fun, but when it got really complicated and difficult, that was when I was around. And,
We've been out here for 3 days, and this place is just fantastic and a celebration to TR. And TR said that his time in the Badlands made him president. A century and a half later, we are opening the library in the town that helped form him as a person. Governor Schaefer, what does this place, this library, owe North Dakota in return? And what does it have a responsibility to share with the rest of the country?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Appreciate it. And I, too, would like to introduce family, if I may. I have son Tom somewhere and son Eric over here. I don't see Tom. Well, maybe they would. Maybe he hasn't heard me enough. So, we have grandson Trey and great-grandson Jasper here, too, all of whom have Medora running through their veins. So we're glad to be here. Thank you. You know, I was thinking, some of you know the story, in 1952, when I was 6 years old, you can do the math, I stood on the top of the bluff looking over Medora, and my dad said, there's too much here to be lost. And it wasn't like, well, I'm going to go build this place and do this. It was kind of a melancholy about that independent way of life, the cowboys on the prairie, the honor and work that you get on the prairie, how it shapes the character and individual values of people. And that's what he was kind of concerned with, is disappearing, because this was a place that really had the opportunity to generate those things in other people. You know, Theodore Roosevelt talked often about how life in the Badlands was transformative, that changed. And certainly those of us who had the privilege of living and working here know that to be true. He came to Medora having breathed the air his whole life of wealth and privilege and racial hierarchy and opportunity that other people didn't have, and that's his life, and that's what he grew up with. He came to the Badlands, and here it was where he breathed the air of independence and hard work and challenge and opportunity, and it changed him. It absolutely changed him. I contemplate the mid-century, mid-20th century book, the Negro Traveler's Green Book. It was a publication that said to travelers, these are safe places and good places and welcoming places for Black American travelers. The Rough Riders Hotel in Medora, North Dakota was listed in that book. And I think it was an echo of what Theodore Roosevelt learned here. Here on the prairie, he worked with cowboys and drifters. He hunted with Métis. His neighbors were Lakota and Mandan. He watched women ownership and operations of ranches and boarding houses and saloons. And he rode with black cowboys and buffalo soldiers. And that helped him discover the human being away from his growth and his pattern. He'd learned the human being, and when he left here, he was
This is a test of the TRPL paging system. This is a test.
It's working.
Did I pass? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is when he left, when he left Medora, he knew he had in his soul the courage and the honor and the dignity of an individual human being. And that, as he went to ascend to the presidency, he invited Indian chiefs to participate in his inaugural festivities. He invited Booker T. Washington to dine in the White House, the first black man ever to be a guest in the White House. And it wasn't perfect, but it's an example of the shift that took place in him with the way he grew up and what he learned here in the Badlands. And I think that is one of the most important messages that we need to carry from this place. Robbie Loft talks about this Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library isn't to come to learn about Theodore Roosevelt, it's to learn from Theodore Roosevelt. And I just pray that this library will continue to inspire, to encourage, to lift people up, to learn from the lessons that Theodore Roosevelt learned right here in Medora.
So we have about 20 minutes left. That means there's 4 people up here that get to talk. You each get 5 minutes, and I'm excited about this. And I'm holding you all to it. I've been excited to control time on you guys for a while. Former state party chair, state senator, I have worked with these guys my entire adult political life, and I am significantly better for it. But we're gonna do, I think the thing about the library, the thing about what we're celebrating today is there's history behind it. I always tell people that 75% of the people that sit in my chair would make the exact same decision 75% of the time. 85% of the Republican governors would make the exact same decision I make 85% of the time. It's the 15% at the time and place where you had the privilege of serving as governor, where you all get to make your mark and have a life of consequence. And each of you had different times in North Dakota history, different times with the history of the Badlands, with the state, ag, energy, all of that. So, I'm going to work from where we are today all the way back to the beginning. So what is your favorite part about your time as governor, and what did you appreciate the most that you brought to that office at the period of time in which you were doing it, Governor Burgum? You guys have to brag about yourself a little bit because you're all awesome.
That would take longer than 20 minutes to cover all the things we did. But I am going to use part of my 5 minutes to say that I got my friend Jack here, who's from Castleton. Arthur's 15 miles away. I grew up. They have billboards. They have Governor's Park. They have 5 governors from Castleton. I mean, it is like on and on and on about. It's like, if you're from Castleton, it's like you wake up and then just, I'm going to be the governor someday. It's like that's going to happen.
Don't get any ideas.
So it was. So people said, "Why'd you run for governor?" And it's like, because everybody in Arthur said we want to have a sign by our town that says we have at least one governor on Highway 18. So it's been, but Jack and Betsy have been amazing to Catherine and I. Catherine, the First Lady, is here, did a fabulous job when she was governor. We were so honored to serve as the 33rd governor and First Lady of North Dakota. It was really special. I would say that one thing that did come during that time in office, including some of the people that are in the room, Jay Spieler, Robbie Loff, we had a number of folks were there when this idea of how do we take the idea of a Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library and how do we upscale it? And I think that there is a lesson there for all of North Dakota, because there will be a book written not about TR, there'll be a book written about how the library came to be. And this whole thing was like TR. It was bold, it was audacious, it was impossible. It was like the idea of, at the time when we started, we didn't have an architect, we didn't have land, which we needed an act of Congress to get these 93 acres. We didn't have a budget. We didn't have anything, but we had one thing going. We had a release date, which was July 4th, 2026. We knew that we wanted to have a library open on that day, and here we are. We also knew that we had an opportunity to not just look in the past, but have a place where people could come and be inspired about how they could play a role in citizenship, leadership, in conservation, how they could be in the arena, not be a critic on the side, but how they could make a difference. And it was meant to be interactive. And we said, how can we make this a place where, I think Ed O'Keefe was the first one to say it, we want a place where people will bring their kids, and the kids and grandkids will drag their parents and grandparents, as opposed to parents, dragging their kids to a presidential library. Most presidential libraries is a lot of objects under glass. We've got some spectacular objects here that help tell that story, historic kind of Mona Lisa quality things that we had to pry out of the hands of the federal government, which got easier, by the way. I got a lot of no's when I was governor, but I got in a new role and people started saying yes. It was weird when you're like asking the Park Service to give up valuable objects.
I have the opposite experience. People told me no all the time as a congressman. It's a lot easier as governor.
But here we are. But I would say to this day, as we celebrate the opening, I mean, for everybody here, it's to say this is a milestone. It's not a finish line. It's a starting line. And the starting line for North Dakota and all the supporters and all the donors that here. I mean, we have an opportunity to build a lasting cultural institution. This is all private sector dollars that have gone into this thing. We had a great challenge grant from the state of North Dakota. That money still sits at the state land board, which Kelly oversees right now. It still sits there. So everything you see here, every salary that was paid, every construction bill was paid by the private sector. And this was a big dream, and people said it couldn't be done, and they said it couldn't be done at a scale that was 1/30th of the size that we ended up with the vision. So sometimes for North Dakota, we have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe, like Theodore Roosevelt did, that we can do big things, that we can build great institutions, that we can drive the policy for the nation on ag, on energy. We're literally doing it right now. This administration is following the path laid that North Dakota showed on how we could become the highest GDP state with some of the lowest taxes, smartest regulations, cleanest air, cleanest water, best soil health. We were doing it all right here. There aren't false trade-offs. You can be a country that has energy abundance and has low energy prices and takes care of the environment. It's not a trade-off. We can do all of that. We're doing it here in North Dakota, and doing it because of the gentleman on the stage helped pave the way to make that happen. And everybody on the stage and everybody in this audience had a hand in helping this institution come to life. But remember, let's celebrate this incredible beginning, this incredible milestone, but let's all recommit ourselves to how great we can make this and how we can continue to increase the impact of North Dakota on the nation and the world.
And I'm going to say this because I think it doesn't get said enough. And this place as it exists and what we are in today doesn't happen without Governor Burgum. Jack, you'd said earlier, just about 10 years out of public office. When you look back, what do you miss? What are you the most proud of? Like, what do you remember the most fondly about your time and the job of being governor of this great state?
Sure. Just before I dive into that, though, one little follow-up on how this place, came to be. And it is absolutely magnificent, but it's also miraculous. And if somebody from out of North Dakota says, how'd you do that? I would need a lot of time to explain it. But you start with...
You got 4 minutes.
You start with the Governor Schaefer, who was, his family was like, the definition of tourism in North Dakota. He creates a place that at least a lot of people are aware of, and people can see the potential of it. Governor Hoeven comes along and says, yeah, we ought to do that, and let's start working on that, and maybe can we get some federal land, or maybe could we get some big donors, or how can we put this together? And then I kind of followed along and said, yeah, great idea, let's see what we can do. But one day Doug Burgum, before you were governor, stood up and stuck his neck out and said, this presidential library idea is going to happen. And everybody was kind of, yeah, right, chuckling and making little comments as they can do in the halls of the legislature. But, all of a sudden I'm saying to people, you don't know Doug Burgum that well, do you? And I said, I know him pretty well. And this guy creates software companies out of thin air and stuff like that. And I said, when Doug Burgum tells you he's going to achieve something, you better not bet against him. And that's what I said then, and you've made me right. You've made me right. Thank you. And thank you from all of us for what you did. Oh, okay, my time in the office, I look back and I'm proudest of the way that I understood bipartisanship and working for solutions to problems with more than just one party. And I had an advantage there. I was a legislator for 16 years. My wife Betsy actually agreed to come to Bismarck with me when we were very young. We put our children in the Bismarck public school system. Didn't hurt them a bit. And we actually had a great time with it. But I became the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. In the Schaefer years, there was a very simple thing. Ed proposed no spending, and then I followed through with his proposal. And we were actually very proud at the end of the day to say that we had not allowed taxes to go up or spending to increase. And, these days, it's pretty tough to do that. But we were able to do that.
It's tough to do that, too.
And Ed deserves good credit for that. But, then when John came along, I was sort of the accidental lieutenant governor. I went to the convention, and I actually supported Gary Nelson, my neighbor at Castleton. You got to give me credit for not wanting to bury that, though, Could have just done away with that. But there was a need for a running mate at that convention, and it was getting late on a Sunday morning, and there was a lot of people had the opportunity, but nobody was dumb enough to go for it. And finally, I turned to Betsy and I said, oh, what the heck, what else we got to do? And she said, yeah, why not? And that was the real decision right there. And becoming the lieutenant governor with Governor Hoeven was probably the best bet I ever made in my life. I thought I saw success ahead with him. And he turned out to be a great executive branch individual. And so here I am, 16 years in the legislature, looking at the governor's office as nothing but the enemy. And then suddenly I'm in the governor's office, and I've got to talk to legislators like Kelly about what ought to happen. And everybody, really does not understand that there's a tremendous advantage in having a relationship and knowing the people that are involved. And so if I wanted to talk to somebody about joining us and solving a problem, they would talk to me. And that was a real advantage. Since then, I've been asked to go places and speak on bipartisanship, but what's happened is really a tragedy, and is probably, as the last panel pointed out, Kevin Cramer, Senator Cramer included, maybe the biggest problem facing our nation right now. So that was the highlight for me. We were able to do a lot of things on a bipartisan basis.
I'm just letting the timer up top know I'm taking a minute back. Thank you. Governor Hoeven, as somebody who's in D.C. now, and I'm sure misses North Dakota every day, what do you remember most? What are you most excited about?
Well, first off, serving as governor, any elective office is an incredible honor, and you appreciate the great people in North Dakota for giving all of us that opportunity. But I think you could ask every one of the governors, and we've all been in different roles as well, whether it's in the Senate or secretary, but hands down, the best possible job is being governor. And I ask all of the senators who were former governors, and they say the same thing. And a lot of it is being able to set the agenda, to create initiatives, and then follow through. And I think that's one of the biggest and best things about it, which I'm going to touch on, but I also want to touch on that I've had the opportunity, and still have the opportunity, to have worked or am still working with every one of these individuals on stage in so many capacities. I was president of the Bank of North Dakota, of course, when you were chairman of the Bank of North Dakota, and as Jack said, he was in the legislature, and it was always fun, as president of the Bank of North Dakota, to go talk to the legislators and hear what they said about the governor, and then go talk to the governor and hear what they said about the legislators. With Dorso and Nelson and those, it was fun. And they didn't pull any punches either way. But that's the beauty of our government, the checks and the balances. And we had Vanderwall at the Supreme Court, and I really got to see right there that we have great people in government, and they work hard and they serve the people of North Dakota very well. And of course, then working with Doug, I actually was at the Bank of North Dakota, and I was asking about a loan that we had on the books to a company called Great Plains Software. And I said, oh, what's that? Wells Fargo was the lead, and then we're the participating bank, and so, when thing tanks, we're the ones that get it in the neck, and that's kind of how it works with Bank of North Dakota. And we had this great thing, they said, it's all right. If it goes down, we got this great thing as collateral. I said, oh, what's that? Is that farmland, or, what kind of, it's software. Software. And I'm going, what the hell is that? So we go over to Fargo, and we go into this, it was like a shopping center area that he was renting, and he's sitting in his office, and people are putting these floppy disks in little boxes, and they're packing those little boxes in cartons. And he's explaining software to me, and on, and of course, fine. And we walk out of there, and I said, if this thing goes down, we're screwed. It didn't. But it kind of, as you know, it kind of worked out. And and with Kelly, he was chair of the party, worked with him in Congress now. As every one of these guys, working with him is such a great experience. And so as I worked on initiatives, both as governor, when I started as governor, we were producing less than 100,000 barrels a day, and there wasn't one drop coming out of shale. And you're right, guys like Lauren Kopsinger were saying, oh, it's there, it's there. And I'd heard a lot from Lauren, so I'm thinking, well, maybe it's there, But he was dead right. And whether it was that or all the amazing things, advancements in agriculture, or how about making Grand Forks the drone capital of the world? You know, how's that show? I mean, pretty good show? Well, we are the drone and counter-drone capital of the world, and it's an overnight success. We only started 20 years ago in 2005. But that's how it works, hard work. And these guys work hard. They're great people. Great families, and they all recognize that it takes a team. It takes a team to get things done. And the things we started working on as governor, we're still working on today, and we're making them bigger and better. Look at all the things that Ed Schaefer did and his whole family from Menorah, and now look at what Doug Burgum is doing. It's crazy. And we all got a little piece of it, passing the law to get, that was my bill, along with my great partner, Mr. Kramer right here in the front row. Senator Kramer was a co-sponsor in the bill. But all those things, those initiatives are so fantastic because we're working for the greatest people anywhere in the world, the people of North Dakota.
Us as Republicans, I think we take for granted Republican and conservative leadership in North Dakota. That wasn't always the case. 1992. Very different state, very different political makeup. Along comes a guy named Ed Schaefer. Changes the trajectory of how leadership is done in this state. You kind of started it all for each and every one of us. What do you remember the most fondly? What are you the most proud of?
I'll try to.
You got extra time.
I'll try to give a short answer, but you know, there are many things. One, I think when we started, obviously, the state was in a pretty tough condition. The economics were awful. Energy and agriculture, our top two performers, were both in the tank. Government was cutting back. We didn't have enough money to pay our bills. Things were pretty bad, and the state had been run that way for 40 years. And it was a difficult time. And so we came in and said, we want to change. You know, we want to look at a new way to do it. And a lot of it was people were in the doldrums. People were tired. Their kids were leaving the state. They didn't have jobs or careers. Things were, you know, just kind of really disruptive in people's lives. And we came in and said, our campaign was Schaefer Means Business. And that meant a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But one of the things it meant is, you know, if we want to generate North Dakota's future, it's not government that's going to drive the economy, it's business that's going to drive the economy. And we need to move government out of the way and get opportunities for business investment, for jobs, for careers, for our kids and our families, and make that work. And so it was fun because we didn't have any money. And Jack was talking about the fact, well, you know, we just said no spending. But what we were able to do is we were able to generate that economy through business investment by lowering taxes, by removing regulations, and the economy started to go. At the same time, we cut the cost of government, lowered the cost of government for the first time in North Dakota. So we had a lesser cost government. We put more money into education and safety and health of our people, and we drove that economy going forward. And we're still enjoying the results of that today. One of the opportunities and examples I give, because we're talking about energy, is, you know, in 1997, we came in and said, let's do a 2-year tax holiday on a horizontal well that's drilled in a vertical dry well. So you didn't have to have a new pad, you didn't have to have new utilities, you were able to go in and do it. And, you know, that people was like, oh, that's pretty interesting, economic incentive. And lowering the taxes caused leasing, equipment to move, opportunities, and we said, oh my gosh, this is going to go. And that is an example of many things we did to spur the economy. And I'm most proud of that. The second piece is when I was campaigning the first time, a farmer from Zeeland, North Dakota, started poking me in the chest, literally. And he said, you know, I'm a Democrat and you're a Republican, and I think you're going to win. But he said, I want you to know, when you get there, you're going to represent me too. And, you know, that led the opportunity to, the first tenet in our office was to serve all the people all the time. And we were able to really bring North Dakota out of the doldrums and into a fun, exciting, happy, moving forward place, because we put people in the equation, not government. And I think that's a lesson from Theodore Roosevelt. He came out here, he interacted with the people, he learned, that's what we did in the governor's office. We interacted with the people. Kevin was out there all the time, trying to gin up people, and we're going, we don't have any money, but we're going to cut spending, and by the way, we're cutting taxes, and people supported it because they had belief and hope in the future, and I think we generated that. The most important thing for me personally, 8 years after being in office, our scheduler, who was the toughest job in the administration, our scheduler came in and said, I worked for 4 different governors, you're the only one who's the same person coming in as you were leaving. And that was a win.
That's a great answer. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us up here today, but most importantly, thank you what each and every one of you have done for the state of North Dakota, and you all have a special part of history of what we all believe is the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of the world. So thank you all very, very much.
Our America 250 coast-to-coast coverage continues as we take you live to a
C-SPAN's
celebration at
coverage of
Mount
America
Rushmore
250
with
is supported by Comcast, NBC Universal.
The C-SPAN networks, delivering round-the-clock, uninterrupted coverage of the nation's 250th birthday, bringing the most comprehensive view of this once-in-a-lifetime celebration with festivals, parades, and fireworks displays.
I'm Ted Clark, and I'm the founder of Hubtown Tours, currently the executive director, and I started this little business just about 10 years ago, and we're right here in Boston, and this is very much a Boston-based business, because Boston is at the vanguard of the American Revolution. There is no question where the war began, and what our little business focuses on is the years that came before the war. So the political arguments, the debates, the controversies, the protests, the American Revolution, in the words of John Adams, it's not what happened during the war, it's what came before, the 15 years prior to the outbreak of war at Lexington and Concord. So our little business, the way we separate ourselves is we first offer small groups, but we also do a chronological narrative along what's known as the Freedom Trail here in Boston. And we try to bring that little town of Boston back to life for folks. The landmarks, there are a number of them, and they serve as a backdrop to the stories that we tell. This is the Massachusetts State House, and of course the iconic gold dome topped with a lovely pine cone. And that beautiful gold dome is actually the namesake of Hubtown. Boston's nickname as the Hub actually comes from a quote, Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr., a Bostonian making fun of his fellow Bostonians for our self-centeredness. Quote, Boston State House is the hub of the solar system, and that is an idea you cannot pry out of the mind of a Bostonian, even if you had a tire iron straightened out the length of creation.
And we're here with Will Stillwell, one of the tour guides for Hubtown Tours, formerly with the National Park Service. Will, where are we headed today?
We're standing here on Boston Common, often listed as the oldest public park in America and Boston's gathering point for over 400 years. The Common is a 48-acre green space in the center of an urban town of Boston. This makes it by nature the spot for Bostonians and others to gather over the course of its history here. It's a place that even to this day is a place where you're going to find meetings and speeches and protests and concerts. And that's something that's been going on for hundreds of years, not just in the Revolutionary era, but right on to the present day. Beyond that as well, I think it's important to acknowledge, while this has been set aside, this 48 acres for just about 400 years as this public green space, archaeological work has been conducted on Boston Common over the past 50 years, in which they've uncovered artifacts dating back over 10,000 years old. So really, that is when we're talking about our timeline. I think it's important too, as we're thinking about 250 years, that that's only one small part of a long history. There's thousands of years of history here, from the indigenous people, their ancestors, the Massachusetts people, where Massachusetts gets its name, onto the English arrival in 1630, to the Revolutionary era of the 1760s. This is a long timeline. Thousands of years people have stood where we're standing. That's a point of connection over thousands of years. Living in Boston during the Revolutionary period, the 1760s, the 1770s, you would have felt like you were living in a tight-knit but large community. This is a town of over 15,000 people, a bustling one with, shops, businesses, coffee houses, taverns, but also a very stratified society, meaning that people tended to not really step out of their social group, their social classes. The rich and the middle and the poor tend to keep to their distinct groups, socializing with each other. There's taverns that would be for specific social classes, coffee houses to certain social classes. You're not going to find the ship owners and the sailors in the same tavern, for example. And one of the interesting things about the American Revolution in Boston is how these distinct groups, separated socially and economically, are going to be coming together to form a broad coalition. These social groups really wouldn't socialize outside of their own types here. But an interesting thing about the lead up to the American Revolution is how these distinct and separate social classes are going to come together and unite to form a broad coalition against the power of Parliament, which will ultimately lead to the Declaration of Independence and the independence of the United States. All right, so we're walking now into the Granary Burying Ground. This is the third oldest of Boston's Freedom Trail burying grounds. It dates to 1660. We call it the Granary because the Old Town Granary once stood next door where the Park Street Church is located now. This is what we call a burying ground because it is not a graveyard, it is not a cemetery, it is unconsecrated space belonging to the town of Boston. It is not church owned, it is not holy, because the Puritans who established this in 1660 did not believe in praying for their dead. They didn't hold funerals, and they didn't bury their dead in special sacred space because they believed that God selected every single person who will ever go to heaven at the beginning of time, and you can't get on that list unless you were born on it. This is also why visitors, millions of them who walk this burying ground every year, they're often struck by the symbols on the headstones. Skulls, hourglasses, and scythes. These are reminders to the living that death is permanent and inevitable. It isn't a way to memorialize the dead. But the reason that millions of people visit this burying ground every single year is because there are famous burials associated with the American Revolution here. We're stepping right now up to the tomb of Samuel Adams. Buried beneath where we're standing here, one of the most important figures of the American Revolution in Boston. Samuel Adams was known in his life not for his business. In fact, despite some modern connection, he did not make beer. His father made malt, a business that he inherited and which he promptly ran into the ground. What he found was true passion was in politics, involving himself in Boston's town meeting, writing political articles and synthesis, and really his great skill is going to be taking together the general anger of people in Boston over their different situations in life and giving them a political argument. They should be angry that Parliament, by passing taxes, overstepping local government, is taking away a foundational right to the people of Boston as Englishmen. The grave almost exactly next to Samuel Adams is that of the 5 victims of the 1770 Boston Massacre. They represent a completely separate social class from someone like Adams. Adams being a gentleman who would meet the requirements and eligibility of voting in Boston. The 5 victims of the Boston Massacre are the lowest end of Boston society. These are laborers, these are apprentices, and they are sailors. In fact, the most famous of the 5 victims was a sailor, Crispus Attucks, the first man to die the night of the massacre. He was actually born into slavery in Framingham, Massachusetts in the 1720s. He escaped as a young man and lived the rest of his life free, working independently as a sailor at the time of his death, based out of the Bahamas. This is the tomb of John Hancock, likely the wealthiest man in Boston at the time of the American Revolution, a wealth that he inherited but was not born into. His father was not extremely wealthy, but after his father's death, when John was only 7, he was sent to live with his wealthy but childless aunt and uncle, Lydia and Thomas Hancock of Boston. Thomas Hancock was an extremely successful Boston merchant, meaning his business was in transatlantic trade, and he raised John not just to be his son, but to be the heir to his business. Thomas sends John on to Harvard College. He sends John to London to learn business, and when Thomas Hancock died in 1764, he left his entire estate to his nephew John, immediately becoming one of the wealthiest and most prominent men in town. Pretty much immediately, John Hancock tried to run for election in Boston, now being a prominent gentleman of town, but the entire political structure of Boston was in flux due to Parliament passing the sugar and stamp taxes, taxing the colonies directly for the first time, a move that was very unpopular among those local to Boston. But those of the most powerful positions in town were finding themselves having to defend these unpopular policies. This will lead John Hancock to the mentorship of Samuel Adams, requiring the political credibility of someone like Adams to aid his quest at acquiring political power. For someone like Adams, this is a mutually beneficial relationship because Hancock had a lot of money. His deep pockets would later help fund the American Revolution. And while his tomb, this marker is not at all original, it dates to 1898, it does fit the wealth and status and stature of a man like Hancock, as does his famous signature, the largest and most prominent on the Declaration of Independence, though he signed first and largest because he was the president of the Continental Congress and he signed everything big. The king was never going to receive that copy. It was not signed largest, so the king could read it without his spectacles. Next to John Hancock's tomb is a grave that, on the one hand, is easy to overlook, but also draws a lot of attention here in the burying ground. This is a grave that reads Frank, servant to John Hancock, Esquire, who died 1771 at the age of 8. Now, there's a lot of questions almost built into this headstone. How could Frank be a servant and yet only be 8 years old? Where is Frank's last name? Where are Frank's parents' names? And the answer is deceptively simple. Frank was not a servant. Servant in this context is a euphemism. It's a way of saying without saying the truth, which is that Frank was likely African and enslaved by John Hancock. We've been talking about how life in colonial Boston would have been a place, a bustling town of 15,000 people. Well, between 1,200 and 1,500 of those people were in bondage. These are enslaved men, women, and children, primarily African, enslaved by the wealthy and affluent of Boston, like John Hancock. This headstone is extremely rare. In fact, it may be the only one in Boston specifically to an enslaved person. And there's been a lot of discussion around it among people who visit this burying ground. What I found in my research and in hearing what people talked about in town here was that a lot of people were telling stories in the burying ground about Frank teaching John Hancock to ride a horse or being his mentor when he was a young person. And it was all built around the fact that no one seemed to know how old Frank was. And sources, traditional ones, had different ages listed. So I, as the research manager of Hubtown Tours, took it upon myself to find the answer. I swept the earth away from the bottom of this headstone, revealing Frank's age to be 8 and proving, at the very least, that those stories people were telling were not true, and that Frank's story is a deep tragedy. A little boy enslaved by a powerful man, and his headstone, even though it is memorializing him, it's also dehumanizing him. What I encourage visitors here to do is to look at Frank's grave and acknowledge something simple, which is that he was a human being who lived, not just a little enslaved boy who died, an acknowledgement that would not have really been made by the powerful people in his life while he lived. The Granary Burying Ground has every type of person who lived in 18th century Boston, all different social classes from the top to the bottom, men, women, children, indigenous people, Africans, Native Americans, and we've covered some of the wealthy and some of the poor, but we need to talk about the middle. And there's no person that better represents the middle social structure of Boston than Paul Revere, the silversmith and goldsmith of Boston. He worked in a trade. He worked with his hands. He would have called himself but a simple mechanic, meaning he worked with his hands. And he was not, by definition, a gentleman. He was of the middle rank of Boston social society here, but he was eligible to vote at Boston town meeting. And as Boston is suffering from economic depression, aided and increased by Parliament's taxation on sugar and paper, someone like Paul Revere is feeling the effects of those taxes more than others in town, because unlike the wealthier gentlemen of town, he has thinner margins. He has mouths to feed, his children, his wife Sarah, his second wife Rachel, his mother Deborah, for example, here, who are buried all in this burying ground. This is going to inspire Revere to involve himself politically, etching copper prints of political cartoons and drawings. He's going to offer up his services as an express rider, going from place to place. And the reason he was the perfect person to do that is that he was known to be quick on horseback while also being honest and trustworthy, meaning he was known to be able to get somewhere fast, and when he got there, people would listen to him. It's why he makes the famous midnight ride of April 18th, 1775, but that was not the only time he'd ridden on horseback delivering an important message. He did it a number of times over the course of 73, 74, and 75. The idea for the Freedom Trail really came about in 1951 when a columnist for the Boston Herald Tribune had visited the Old North Church, and in talking with the church's caretaker or sexton, he was told that visitors were trying to find the Old North Church and they were having trouble locating it, especially people visiting from out of town who weren't used to Boston streets, or people, honestly, who weren't even used to navigating a city generally. And he proposed in his column that there should be some way of connecting together these separate historic sites and have some kind of catchy name around it. He proposed a couple of ideas: the Puritan's Path, the Liberty Loop. Eventually, they avoided the alliteration and settled upon the Freedom Trail, and eventually came upon the idea of connecting these sites with a physical red brick line through the streets of downtown Boston. And this really answers one of the biggest questions visitors have when they're visiting Boston. They're trying to find these historic landmarks. They're getting lost. I used to work for the National Park Service, where visitors would come to our visitor center, often, many of them, having never really set foot in a city before. Where do I go? How do I get there? Having a red brick line to follow, just walk the line, would make it so much easier and give people a great introduction into the city of Boston, kind of allowing them to feel comfortable walking around town like they know where they're going, almost like they're local. And that's one of the things that attracts, again, millions of people to walk the Freedom Trail every single year. It's ease of use, it's ease of access. And that was the goal back in the 50s on to the present day. They've worked really hard, those in the city, to maintain it and keep it to be easy and understandable, even for people, again, who don't have a lot of experience walking around in more urban areas. December 16th, 1773. 4,000 people crammed into the Old South Meeting House here behind me, probably hundreds more out into the streets. At the end of this meeting, which had been gathered to discuss the tea ships anchored in Boston Harbor in the wake of the passing of Parliament's Tea Act, it was almost a foregone conclusion before this meeting began that those ships were not going back to London and drastic action needed to be taken. At the end of this meeting, probably 150 individuals streamed out of Old South, with 2,000 more following behind to go and watch as those 150 boarded the ships in Boston Harbor to crack open the chests of tea, dump them overboard into Boston Harbor in an event that will later become known as the Boston Tea Party. That famous event of American history is really born out of the Old South Meeting House right behind me here. The Old South Meeting House was built in 1729. At the time of the American Revolution, it was one of about a dozen congregational meeting houses throughout Boston. And as a congregational meeting house, it would have been used for religious services on Sundays, but then also could be used for any type of public meeting. You know, most towns in New England in the 18th century would have one public building that would be used for government, for school, and for church. Boston was large enough to have a dedicated meeting space for its town meeting, Faneuil Hall, but Faneuil Hall was only built to hold about 1,200 people. More than enough for any general town meeting, but if you wanted to have a larger indoor meeting, you'd have to come here to the South Meeting House. While they would never do this today, they would put over 4,000 people inside of Old South, which they did on multiple occasions in the 1770s. You can see that we have the downstairs pews. As we look up, we can actually see 2 levels of gallery here as well, allowing for even more space to fill up. We talked outside how the meeting here of 4,000 people would have led to the Boston Tea Party. I think it's also important to mention when those tea ships were anchored in Boston Harbor, it wasn't just tea on those ships. That's all that was destroyed. One of the other items was actually a shipment of books published by Boston poet Phillis Wheatley. Phillis Wheatley was actually a member of this congregation, but she wouldn't have sat down in the pews we're in right now. She would have sat upstairs on the 3rd floor gallery because she was enslaved by Mrs. John and Susanna Wheatley. It was really rare to have works published and written by an enslaved woman. She was really the first African-American poet. And her name would have borne with her her status as an enslaved woman. She was enslaved by the Wheatleys, and the Phyllis was the slave ship that took her across from Senegambia to Boston when she was only 7 years old. Her works, though, would be widely published all across the British Empire. She would have met George Washington after writing a poem for him, and later had an audience with King George III, though she didn't end up actually meeting him. Today, she's probably the most famous congregant associated with the South Meeting House. Thousands of visitors come here every single year to visit this historic space, though it's worth mentioning, not only is the space no longer used for church services, it also does not have the original furnishings because once the British Army occupied Boston in 1774, they actually destroyed the interior pews and used this space as a riding school for their cavalry. So we just left the Old South Meeting House. We're now walking over to our next stop, the Old State House. And the original conceit of the Freedom Trail was to connect together these 16 landmarks that were all managed separately. Not only are they separate landmarks, but had separate, owners, separate jurisdictions. In 2020, the proprietors of the Old South Meeting House and the owners of the Old State House merged into a singular organization, bringing together 2 distinct Freedom Trail sites under one ownership, which is called Revolutionary Spaces, sort of a nod to the connections to both buildings, to the American Revolution, and allowing visitors to come buy one ticket and see 2 sites in a more unified manner. This is the center point of colonial Boston, both economically, politically, and often socially. We're standing at the end of modern Washington Street, which would have been one road in and out of colonial Boston. We're looking down toward Long Wharf, the main entryway to Boston by sea, and right at the intersection of land and sea in Boston is the main government building for the entire colony of Massachusetts, what was known originally as the Town House, built in 1713. It's where you would find the royal governor, his office, as well as the meeting point for the elected legislature of Massachusetts. This would remain the government building for the colony of Massachusetts until the American Revolution, and then it became our state house. It continued to be our Capitol building even after the Declaration of Independence until we built the current state house in 1798, meaning that in Massachusetts, we've been in 2 state capitol buildings in just over 310 years. October 1st, 1768, 1,200 soldiers of the King's Army marched right by where we're standing to occupy the town of Boston. They would be here for 17 long months, occupying the town, impossible to miss in their bright red coats, in a direct violation of the British Bill of Rights. It would be relatively peaceful over that 17 months with just sort of minor street fights and arguments between locals and soldiers, but things would truly escalate to violence on March 5th, 1770. Now, the night before, a foot of snow had dropped onto town. All day and all night had been walked over. It's a thin layer of ice on March 5th. Standing guard outside of the Custom House across the street from where we stand was Private Hugh White of the Army. As he's standing guard, he notices two young apprentices walking by, shouting insults at one of the officers of the Army. Private White goes over to them and demands they show respect to an officer. They show the same amount of respect to him. They start insulting him. He takes the butt of his musket and just hits one of the kids right in the forehead. He was assuming, I think, that would shut the kid up. Instead, he screamed. He fell to the ground. He started to wail and cry, and this drew in the attention of the other people walking around that night, mostly young apprentices. They soon crowd Private White in front of the Custom House. He soon has a crowd of probably 10 to 20 in front of him, shouting insults at him. As the crowd grows, when they see attention coming into here, they start picking up snowballs and ice balls and rocks and oyster shells, trying to hit Private White from afar. This draws the attention of the other soldiers. Captain Thomas Preston of the guardhouse across the square will gather 7 privates. They'll push through the crowd, their bayonets out, and that draws in more attention. The crowd is going to grow to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60. Preston organizes the men into a semicircle in front of the Custom House. He tells the men to load their muskets, but not to fire, because if they fire, that's a criminal action. The crowd knows this because they're yelling at the soldiers, "Fire, you cowards! You damn you lobsters, you bloody backs, why won't you fire?" At this point, the bells and sounds start to ring. People think something is on fire. They're stepping outside with buckets of water in hand, but they don't find flames. They find this crowd of maybe 100, mostly men on the lowest ranks of society. Laborers, sailors, apprentices, enslaved and free men of color gathered into this crowd. In this crowd, of those apprentices are Samuel Maverick and Christopher Monk. In this crowd of those laborers are Patrick Carr and Samuel Gray. And of those sailors, James Caldwell and Crispus Attucks. As one of the soldiers, Private Edward Montgomery, is knocked back, his gun goes off over the crowd. Seconds go by. Preston is trying to block his men. He's standing between them, but they don't hear the order. They don't know what to do. One by one, led by Matthew Kilroy, fire, 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 fire. Attucks, Caldwell, and Gray were all killed instantly. Maverick was shot in the back. He died the next morning in his own bed with his mother at his side. Patrick Carr, shot to the abdomen, hip to hip, lingered for a week, and then he died. Christopher Monk, shot in the back. He lived, but he never walked again, and he wouldn't live to see 30, and his family would blame his early death on the shooting. 5 or 6 other people wounded, bullet wounds in the arms and the legs and the backs as the crowd scatters and then comes right back, banging on the doors of the State House and the guardhouse, demanding justice. From the balcony of the old State House will step out Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, begging the crowd to go home, telling them that he will live and die by the law. The law says these men will face trial for murder, but later it can only happen when the crowd goes home. They disperse. In the coming days, the Army and Navy are fully removed from Boston. And soon, as this information of this event hits the newsstands across the empire, it will come to be known as the Bloody Boston Massacre. This is the council chamber here at the old State House. This is where the royal governor would sort of address his council and make his decisions. This is really probably the most important room in the building, at least of the ones that are extant today, since the building has been so heavily modified since its original 18th century appearance. You have to imagine royal governors Bernard and Hutchinson and General Gage sitting in this room deliberating, but probably the most interesting piece in this room is the view out the window onto the balcony. This is where the royal governor would stand and look down and address the people. Above him, he's flanked by the symbol of England, the gold lion, and the symbol of Scotland, the silver unicorn. And those pieces that are up there today are actually replicas. The originals were torn down and burned in a bonfire in 1776, and that same year, on July 18th, from this very balcony, the Declaration of Independence was read for the first time in Boston. On top of Boston's Faneuil Hall is the iconic grasshopper weather vane made by Shem Drown of Boston, capping off Faneuil Hall since 1742, modeled after a similar weather vane that sits on top the Royal Exchange Building in London, meant to draw a connection commercially between Boston and London. Faneuil Hall would have been the center of Boston commerce in the 18th century. This building was paid for by Boston slave trader and merchant Peter Faneuil, and it bears his name to this day. The lower floor is the commercial space, the market floor, meant to be that center of Boston's market, and then the upper floor would have been Boston's town hall and town meeting space, where some of the many gatherings leading up to the American Revolution would have been held. This building remained Boston's town hall until 1822, when Boston became a city, and it remains a city-owned meeting space to this day. The centerpiece of Faneuil Hall here is the Great Hall. We're up on the second floor of Faneuil Hall, and this is the room where town meeting would have been held prior to 1822. This is where Samuel Adams would have stood up to speak out against the Sugar Act and the Stamp Act. It's where the bodies of James Caldwell and Crispus Attucks were brought after they died the night of the Boston Massacre. And this really was the center of political life in Boston for the town itself. Now, with that being said, this room is very different now than it would have been in the colonial era, because in 1806, the whole building was actually doubled in width and height. So this building is significantly bigger, this room is significantly larger, but where I'm standing right now, this is actually the original side, this is the original portion. There is original brickwork on the outside of this building. And the city continued to use this space even after they stopped doing town meeting here in 1822. This is where you would have had great speeches by people like Frederick Douglass on the subject of the abolition of slavery, speeches from Lucy Stone on the idea of the right to vote for women. And this continues on to the present day. The city hosted in 2013 Barack Obama to talk about the Affordable Care Act. This room is where Boston naturalizes its U.S. citizens, meaning that new citizens of Massachusetts, of the United States, get to sit in this room and enter in that tradition, going back all the way past Obama, past Mitt Romney, and onto Lucy Stone and Frederick Douglass and Samuel Adams. It's a rich history. There's no better spot, in my opinion, for that to be done than the Great Hall of Faneuil Hall. We're now leaving downtown to the final part of our tour, where we'll be walking through Boston's historic North End. This is a residential neighborhood known for its crooked and narrow streets and 19th and 20th century tenement-style buildings. It has the character of an early 20th century Italian-American enclave today, but it is Boston's oldest neighborhoods, or rather one of them. It's where you can find the home of Paul Revere and the iconic Old North Church, which are our last two Freedom Trail stops today. (1770), February of that year, Paul Revere, his wife Sarah, and their 5 children, as well as Revere's mother, Deborah Hitchborn Revere, moved in together to a home here in North Square behind me. This wooden house that they were moving into was already 90 years old when they moved in 1770. This house was built in 1680. The oldest house in downtown Boston, the second oldest property in the whole city of Boston, one of only 2 remaining 17th century structures. A reminder and a remarker of what it was like to live in the North End in the 18th century, coupled with the brick structure next door, built in 1711, and for many years, Paul Revere's first cousin, Nathaniel Hitchborn, lived there. So these 2 homes, the Paul Revere house and the Hitchborn house together, are a way of picturing the neighborhood in the 18th century, as well as showing that family connection between the 2 houses here. Paul Revere did not run his business out of this home. He would have had a separate shop where he ran his gold and silver business here. but that was his primary occupation, his primary income. He's going to become involved politically over the course of the 1770s, allowing himself to sort of print out images onto paper etched in copper. He's going to be making express rides. For example, after 150 Bostonians destroy 340 chests of East India Company tea in December of 1773, an event known as the Boston Tea Party, leaders in New York found out that happened before the newsstands got to them because Paul Revere hand-delivered that news to them in only 5 days on horseback. And this is again due to the fact that he was known to be quick on horseback and also honest and trustworthy. This is the Prado, the Paul Revere Mall. Behind me is the statue, equestrian statue of Paul Revere, and behind him, the steeple of the iconic Old North Church. On the night of April 18, 1775, 700 British soldiers made their way from Boston, rowing boats across the Charles River to Cambridge on their march out west to Lexington and then on to Concord. In a pre-set up move here, the Committee of Safety of Boston, led by Dr. Joseph Warren, had planned to have 2 riders on horseback go out ahead of the British Army the moment they saw them leave town. The 2 riders trusted with this, one a local tanner named William Dawes, and the other the silversmith Paul Revere. Revere, recognizing the flaw in a plan of having only 2 riders against 4,500 soldiers and a curfew in place at night, set up a backup plan, having lookouts looking in Charlestown for a signal from the steeple of the Old North Church. 1 lantern in the steeple if the army made their way down the Boston Neck, the long way to Concord, or 2 lanterns in the steeple if they were rowing boats across the Charles River as a shortcut, which is the way they ended up going. In the words of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1 if by land and 2 if by sea. We don't know who went up with the lanterns that night because Revere never identified them by name, but what we know is on that night of April 18th, the soldiers were spotted rowing across to Charlestown. William Dawes was dispatched and rode out of town. Paul Revere went to his friend, told that friend 2 lanterns, and they would have gone up 8 stories of stairs and ladders to the top window of Old North, lit the 2 lanterns out the window towards Charlestown for no more than 60 seconds before blowing them out and getting out of there as quickly as possible. When Revere himself made it to Charlestown later that night, the militia there confirmed they had seen the signal. They already had a rider out ahead of Revere. Revere would mount a horse he borrowed from them, riding west to Lexington, discreetly knocking on the doors of trusted individuals along the way to inform them that the regulars, the army, had left Boston. They then went and got the local militia ready. These would be the militia fighting in the following morning, April 19th, 1775, the Battle of Lexington and Concord, the first engagement of the American Revolution. This is the Old North Church, the oldest standing church building in the city of Boston. It was built in 1723 and is still actively used for worship today. Its official name is actually Christ Church in the city of Boston, founded as an Anglican congregation. Today, it's Episcopalian. This pew that we're in right now is actually decorated in the manner that pews would have been decorated in the 18th century. The majority of Old North's box pews are plain and white, reflecting a more modern taste for the congregation, but originally each one of these pews would have been individually owned and decorated to the taste and means of the owners. This pew is one that's left open to resemble how pews would have been set up originally in the 18th century. The church, while it does not maintain its original paint style, it has the white look of the colonial revival of the 20th century. They have, over this past year, actually restored original paint features. You can see these beautiful angels in the archways. That's actually original 1723, 1724 paint that has been painstakingly restored by scraping away layers of decades and decades of paint. A brand new look for the thousands of visitors that come here to Old North every single year. And it was here on the night of April 18th, 1775, that Paul Revere's friend, whoever they were, would have come in through the front door. They would have climbed up the back stairs. They would have squeezed behind that pipe organ and climbed up those 8 stories of stairs and ladders to the top window to light the 2 lanterns, 1 if by land and 2 if by sea, in the words of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Here we are at Cops Hill Terrace. This is the final stop of our tour here today, and where our Hubtown tours, Freedom Trail tours end. We're actually looking over the river at the end of the Freedom Trail. The last two stops are just beyond us here. You've got USS Constitution, the oldest commissioned warship afloat in the world, anchored permanently across the harbor from us here. She's famous for engaging with British warships during the War of 1812. She's undefeated in battle, and through all her victories over British warships, she earned the nickname Old Ironsides because it was said that cannonballs would bounce off her oak hull as if she were made of iron. Behind her is the tall obelisk, the Bunker Hill Monument, 1843. It's when it was completed. This monument was actually had ground broken in 1824. It would take years for it to be completed. It took a lot of money that was not there in order to build it. It is marking the location of the Battle of Bunker Hill, but it does not mark the location of the hill, Bunker Hill. The hill that the battle was fought on and where that monument is actually named Breed's Hill. Where's Bunker Hill? It's another hill that's further back behind. At some point, the two names got mixed up and swapped permanently, so now the Battle of Bunker Hill was fought upon Breed's Hill. And the Battle of Bunker Hill, which was the first major pitched battle of the American Revolution, in one sense is the beginning of the story of the Revolutionary War, but for the story of revolutionary Boston, it represents the end. That battle, though it was a British victory, would maintain the siege of Boston by the Continental Army, which would end in March of 1776 when the British Army would evacuate from pressure from George Washington, the Continental Army at Dorchester Heights, south of Boston. And with the evacuation of the British troops in March of 76, the Revolutionary War never returns here, which means that even though it goes on for 7 long years after 1776, for Boston, the story ends here. The story ends there. 1776 really represents the end of that chapter that started all the way back in 1763 with the end of the French and Indian War, and is an ideal place for us to end our story here today.
C-SPAN's America 250 coverage is supported by YouTube.
Celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding this Independence Day weekend with special America 250 programming on C-SPAN 2. Historians from the Museum of the American Revolution lead a walking tour of Philadelphia's historic site, and Pulitzer Prize-winning author Rick Atkinson explores the parallels between America's founding generation and the World War II generation. Reenactors bring history to life with recreations of the 1773 Boston Tea Party and the 1775 Battle of Bunker Hill. And then on Sunday, author Richard Brookhiser discusses Revolutionary War hero the Marquis de Lafayette, and reenactors imagine a conversation between George Washington and Benjamin Franklin about the American experiment. Celebrate America 250 all Independence Day weekend with special programming on C-SPAN 2.
Discover the heartbeat of democracy with C-SPAN Voices as we meet people from across the country along the National Mall in Washington, D.C., preparing to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. We're asking, what does America's 250th anniversary mean to you?
Hi, I'm Danny Villanueva. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and the 250th anniversary of our country, our great country, means a lot to me. My parents were first-generation immigrants who settled in Baltimore, and I was, although I'm telling my age, I was here for the 200th at Fort McHenry, so this is really exciting.
My name is Patty. I'm from California, and this 250 means a lot. I was graduating from high school in the Centennial and helped paint a dam that said 1776 to 1976, and now here we are, right? 250 years later. No matter what happens, we always seem to come together. That's what I love about this country.
Teresa Yuan. We are very proud and honored to be a part of the 250th anniversary because it's once in a lifetime. We're 2 millennials and a half. So we're just very proud to be a part of this and being able to share all the cultures, all the states all in one go without actually having to travel, whether it's car driving or aircraft, and everyone is able to appreciate each other's states and all the cultures and the backgrounds that comes with.
C-SPAN Voices, delivering democracy unfiltered. Be a part of the conversation. C-SPAN's nationwide coverage of events celebrating America's 250th birthday continues. Next to Philadelphia, where Pope Leo XIV gave a speech broadcast from Vatican City after receiving the prestigious Liberty Medal. The honor recognizes his advocacy for religious liberty and human dignity.
Welcome to the 2026 Liberty Medal ceremony in honor of our recipient, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. We are honored to welcome members of the Religious Leaders Council convened by Interfaith Philadelphia, representing more than 30 faith traditions across the greater Philadelphia region. Their presence reflects the spirit of mutual respect, religious liberty, and common purpose that we celebrate today. Please welcome our distinguished guests. Senior Rabbi at the Congregation Rodef Shalom, Rabbi Jill L. Maderer. Founder, President, and CEO of Esperanza, the Reverend Luis A. Cortez, Jr. Director of the Mayor's Office of Muslim Engagement, Imam Kaiser D. Abdullah, PhD. Pastor at Mother Bethel AME Church, the Reverend Carolyn C. Cavanis. The Archbishop of Philadelphia, Nelson J. Perez. Mayor of the City of Philadelphia, the Honorable Sherelle L. Parker. Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Interim President and CEO of the National Constitution Center, Vince Stango.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vince Stango, Interim President and CEO of the National Constitution Center. Welcome to the 38th Annual Liberty Medal Ceremony honoring His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. We honor Pope Leo XIV today in recognition of his lifelong work promoting religious liberty and freedom of conscience around the world, ideals enshrined by America's founders in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. It is my great pleasure to welcome distinguished guests from across the United States and around the world, including members of the Diplomatic Corps, civic and faith leaders, and friends of the National Constitution Center. There is perhaps no more fitting place to celebrate this occasion during America's 250th anniversary than right here in Philadelphia, a city that has long served as a crossroads between faith and freedom, conscience and citizenship. As we begin, we are honored to be joined by the leader of our city, Mayor of Philadelphia, Sherelle L. Parker. Please join me in welcoming the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to say a special thank you to Vince Stango and our partners here at the National Constitution Center for bringing us together for this truly special occasion. It is an honor to join with our governor, Shapiro, Archbishop Perez, Imam Abdullah, Reverend Cavanis, Reverend Cortez, Rabbi Matterer, and my fellow officials, and so many other distinguished faith and civic leaders here today. Many of the faith leaders on this stage that I often say when I am communicating directly with them and or calling them for some kind of guidance, I often refer to myself as a praying mayor. My faith has carried me through every season of my life, and serving as your 100th mayor has only strengthened my belief that we are strongest when we come together in service of something that is greater than ourselves. Just yesterday, I want to note for the record, I had the honor and privilege of participating with mayors from across the nation as we walked through Independence Mall, reflecting on the birthplace of our democracy and the responsibility we as local leaders share to protect it. And then I was inspired to learn that this weekend, spiritual pilgrims from across our nation are converging here for the National Eucharistic Pilgrimage, having crossed 13 states before arriving in Philadelphia. And now, elected leaders and faith leaders stand together as we prepare to honor His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV, with the Liberty Medal and ring one of the world's most enduring symbols of liberty. This moment marks 250 years of people coming to this city in search of liberty, hope, faith, and opportunity. And it reminds me that some of life's greatest blessings actually begin when we all choose to walk together. Democracy gives us the freedom to serve others. Faith inspires us to do so with love, humility, and compassion. As we honor His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV, with the Liberty Medal, may we all use this as an opportunity to renew our respective commitments to liberty, to passion, to humility, to courage, and remembering that empathy and compassion will help us continue building a brighter future together. God bless His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV. God bless the city of Philadelphia, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Parker. To mark this historic occasion, we will ring a replica Liberty Bell on our front lawn, generously provided by the National Liberty Museum. For generations, the ringing of the Liberty Bell has symbolized both the promise of freedom and the enduring work of preserving it. As its familiar notes ring out once more, may they inspire us to carry America's story forward with courage, hope, and purpose. Please join me in welcoming Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday and National Liberty Museum President and CEO Dr. Elaine Arnott to lead the ceremonial bell ringing. They are joined today by the Center's Vice President of Development, Lauren Silling, and her young children, Caroline and Samantha, whose participation reminds us that the greatest tribute to our past is the faith we place in those who will carry its ideals forward.
You got it, you got it. Go ahead. guys. 1, 2, 3, go. Good job, guys. Thank you to the National Constitution Center and the National Liberty Museum for inviting us to share in this meaningful tradition as they begin their 38th annual Liberty Medal ceremony. For generations, the ringing of the Liberty Bell has called Americans to moments of reflection and celebration. Today, it reminds us that the freedoms we cherish are strengthened when each generation embraces its role in our shared civic life. It is especially meaningful that Caroline and Samantha are joining us today. Their participation reminds us that America's 250th anniversary is not only an opportunity to reflect on our past, but to inspire and educate the youth of America who will shape our future. In 1787, when Ben Franklin stepped out of Independence Hall at the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention, he was asked what sort of government had they formed, and his reply, a republic if you can keep it. Moments like this remind us that preserving those freedoms embodied by the Declaration of Independence and enshrined in our Constitution is not the work of only one office, one leader, or one generation. It is a shared responsibility to live up to Franklin's charge to preserve our republic. And that's why it is an absolute honor to be here today at the National Constitution Center, whose mission to preserve the legacy of our founding principles is enshrined in our Constitution and is absolutely critical. If we don't know our history, we can't learn from it, we can't grow from it, and that can lead us to lose our way. Our Constitution is our nation's instruction manual. Everything we do as leaders is governed and informed by our Constitution. As we mark our nation's semi-quincentennial, we must also honor the Constitution that created that framework for most of those 250 years of our nation. And we were asked to endure tremendous difficulties to become the nation that we are. Our Constitution is the rock upon which we will build the next 250 years. May the sound of this bell inspire all of us to continue building strong communities, serving one another with integrity, and ensuring that the promises of liberty remain as vibrant for Caroline and Samantha's generation and those who follow them as it has been for ours and those who came before us. Thank you. May God bless our honorees today, Pope Leo XIV, and may God continue to bless America.
Just steps from where we gather today, the Declaration of Independence proclaimed to the world a revolutionary idea, that all people were created equal and endowed with certain unalienable rights. A decade later, the Constitution established a framework for self-government unlike any the world had seen. And in the First Amendment, Americans embraced a profound principle that continues to distinguish our constitutional tradition, that government should neither establish religion nor prohibit its free exercise, protecting the freedom of every individual to worship, believe, question, seek, and live according to the dictates of their own conscience. As someone who has spent much of my professional life helping steward an institution dedicated to constitutional education and civil dialogue, I never cease to be struck by how extraordinary that achievement was. We often take religious liberty for granted because it is woven deeply into the fabric of American life. But the idea that people of different faiths and beliefs could live together as equal citizens under a shared constitutional order remains one of the most remarkable and consequential contributions of the American experiment. That commitment to religious liberty has never been merely a constitutional provision. It has been a source of civic vitality throughout our nation's history. From the Revolution to the abolitionist movement to the struggle for civil rights, Americans motivated by faith have called upon and challenged our nation to more fully realize its highest ideals. In one of the most remarkable statements of religious liberty in our nation's history, George Washington wrote to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, that the United States would give to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. More than 2 centuries later, those words remain both a promise and a challenge. A vision of a society where human dignity is respected conscience is protected, and people of different faiths can live together in freedom and mutual respect. It is that vision and the ongoing work of advancing it that brings us together today. As America commemorates its 250th anniversary, it is especially meaningful that we gather to honor the first U.S.-born Pope in the history of the Catholic Church. There is something deeply resonant about that milestone occurring at this moment in history. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were among America's earliest exports to the world, demonstrating that a free people could govern themselves. Those ideas traveled far beyond our shores and inspired democratic movements across generations and continents. Now, in a different but equally meaningful way, America has offered another gift to the world, a spiritual leader shaped by a nation founded on religious liberty, constitutional self-government, and the dignity of every individual. And for Philadelphians, there is an additional point of pride. Just as this city gave birth to the Declaration and the Constitution, Philadelphia also helped shape the life and ministry of Pope Leo XIV. His years of study and service at Villanova University formed part of the journey that would ultimately lead him to the Vatican and to a position of global leadership. Today, we honor Pope Leo XIV not only for his historic role, but for a ministry that has embodied some of the highest aspirations of both faith and democracy. Through both word and deed, he has demonstrated how faith can inspire compassion, solidarity, and service, affirming the dignity of every person, strengthening the bonds that unite communities, and reminding us that freedom finds its highest purpose when joined with moral responsibility and commitment to the flourishing of others. Those ideals helped launch the American experiment 250 years ago. They continue to sustain it today, and they remain among our nation's most important gifts to the world and to posterity. May we meet that responsibility with wisdom, courage, and humility, preserving these freedoms not only for ourselves, but for those who will inherit this nation after us. And may future generations look back on this moment and say that we honored the promise of liberty, strengthened the bonds of civic friendship, and carried forward the enduring ideals that have inspired Americans and so many around the world for 250 years. Thank you. Religious liberty finds its fullest expression not only in our founding documents, but in the faith, communities, and civic leaders who have put those ideals into practice. It is our honor to welcome two distinguished leaders whose service reflects that enduring tradition. Reverend Carolyn Cavanis, pastor of Mother Bethel AME Church, followed by Dr. Imam Kaiser Abdullah, director of the Mayor's Office of Muslim Engagement. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Cavanis, followed by Imam Abdullah.
Good morning. I greet you in the name of the God of liberation, the one who led Israel out of bondage and who sustained our Black founding fathers and mothers through storms and struggles, and who still calls us towards freedom unrealized. I stand before you as the 53rd pastor of Mother Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, which sits on the oldest parcel of land continuously owned by African Americans, purchased on October the 10th, 1791 by Bishop Richard and Flora Allen. But our story does not begin with a building, it begins with a walkout. In 1787, Richard Allen and Absalom Jones were pulled from their knees during prayer at St. George's Methodist Episcopal Church and told to worship in a segregated gallery. They got up and they walked out, not in anger alone, but in conscience. That same year, they founded the Free African Society, proving that religious liberty must be paired with communal dignity. While the Constitution was being drafted blocks away, they were building the architecture of a free people. So when I speak of religious liberty, I do not speak of an abstract principle. I speak of a kneeler pulled from prayer. I speak of ancestors who built institutions of care when the nation would not. To His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, Our traditions sing different verses of the same liberation song. From the Vatican to Mother Bethel, we are bound by this conviction. Faith is most faithful when it serves the least, the last, and the left out. And as we mark the semi-quincentennial, may we be stewards of the promise, not merely celebrants of an ideal. May every conscience be free, every voice valued, every child of God recognized as such, not because we have perfected our union, but because we are still by grace perfecting it. Amen.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, shalom aleichem, pax vobiscum, paz y bien. Peace and blessings to all gathered on Independence Mall and joining online from around the world. To His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, congratulations on receiving the 2026 Liberty Medal. We honor your commitment to religious liberty, freedom of conscience, and human dignity. To the National Constitution Center, Mayor Parker, Governor Shapiro, religious leaders, elected officials, and civic leaders, thank you. I bring greetings from the Mayor's Office of Muslim Engagement and Philadelphia's Muslim communities. On the eve of America's 250th anniversary should do more than invite celebration. They should invite examination, an examination of who has fully lived our ideals, who has struggled to be included, and what responsibility belongs to us who are seated here now. The Islamic tradition begins its reflection on liberty with a fundamental truth. Human dignity is sacred and inherent. The Quran declares, "We have certainly honored the children of Adam." Just verses before this statement, we see the devil looks upon Adam with contempt, resenting the honor that God has placed on the children of Adam. Yet in that same passage, God declares that He has in fact honored these descendants of Adam. The devil sees the human being as unworthy of that honor. God affirms the dignity He places within the human family. Dehumanization begins when pride, power, fear, or difference persuades us that another person is unworthy of the dignity that God has already placed in them. That dignity precedes citizenship, nationality, status, political power, and even agreement. Government does not create human dignity. At its best, government recognizes it, protects it, and builds the institutions that prevent the powerful from violating that dignity. Freedom of conscience flows from that dignity. Conscience is where we wrestle with truth, accept more responsibility, and stand accountable before the Creator. Coercion cannot produce genuine faith. It only produces compliance. When fully realized, religious liberty protects moral agency, the freedom to worship, to question, to seek truth, to speak, and to live by that conviction without fear. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he recognized this practical expression of that liberty in the principle of the establishment of the Charter of Medina. That covenant and agreement did not erase difference or command uniformity. Instead, it ordered difference towards a shared responsibility, mutual protection, justice, and the common good. The images you see behind me show that this work is present here in Philadelphia under our illustrious mayor. It shows Muslims gathered in worship and service, young people and elders entering civic life, communities at City Hall, and partnerships centered on health, safety, opportunity, participation, and belonging. They are glimpses of liberty becoming visible, of dignity being recognized, of conscience being respected, and of communities being built across difference. Today we honor Pope Leo XIV. May this moment renew our commitment to protect human dignity, to defend conscience, and to build the communities worthy of the liberty that we all proclaim. May there be salam, may there be shalom, may there be le paix, shanty, and peace for all people. Thank you. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce two of my beloved colleagues, Rabbi Jill Madero and Reverend Luis A. Cortez, Jr.
How powerful to be present with you right here at the location that bears witness to two different truths of George Washington, two different truths of our nation. Just west, George Washington's home, where he enslaved human beings. Just east, the museum that houses Washington's letter to the Jewish community. In 1790, when members of the Jewish community wrote to Washington, seeking reassurance about their safety in the new republic, the president responded with words of religious liberty, words that I pray are meant for all people, in his promise that the United States would give, quote, to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, and that all who lived under its government would sit in safety beneath their own vine and fig tree, with none to make them afraid. A bold vision, still yet unfulfilled. To stand here together hauntingly demonstrates the complexity of democracy and the imperative to protect each other, to do the work of multi-faith solidarity. In our own time, when Jews and other religious minorities and vulnerable identities face hatred, suspicion, and violence, we are called, all of us, to respond. And so many have stood with my communities over the years. The ancient words of Jewish tradition teach, the first person was created alone for the sake of peace among people, so that no one could say to another, my ancestor was greater than yours. Today, I pray for a renewed coalition in our city and throughout our nation for the sake of peace among people, that we might build on the moments of the past when we have stood together, that we might meet every hateful attack with courageous solidarity, and that we might commit to the kind of work that will keep us all safe, valued, and never alone. Holy One of blessing, may we who call God many different names, and those who do not call to God at all, proudly express our differences in this diverse nation, devote ourselves to understanding and protecting our neighbors, and may we see the divine in the eyes of every human being. For the sake of peace among people, may we strive for the day when, in the words of our prophet Micah, we may sit in safety beneath our own vine and fig tree, that none shall make us afraid. Amen.
Buenos dias. Religious liberty is one of the defining principles of my Baptist faith. The freedom to believe, to worship, to live according to one's conscience is protected by the First Amendment of our Constitution, which prohibits the establishment of a national religion and protects the free exercise of religion. These protections recognize a fundamental truth, Matters of faith are too sacred to be personal and to be controlled by government. The idea of freedom of conscience has deep roots in both Scripture and American history. In Joshua 24:15, the people of Israel were challenged. Choose this day whom you will serve. The call to follow God is presented as a choice rather than a command enforced by political authority. Likewise, Jesus taught, render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. These words establish an important distinction between the responsibilities of government and the authority of God over our human souls. Throughout history, many nations joined religious and political power. While it was intended to create unity, such arrangements frequently resulted in persecution, discrimination, and the suppression of dissent. Individuals who held different beliefs were often denied the freedom to worship according to their convictions. The American founders sought a different path. They drew upon various religious, philosophical, and political traditions, including strong advocacy of Baptists and other dissenting groups. They established a constitutional framework that protected the religious liberty of all citizens. Freedom of conscience is not simply the right to worship. It is the right to seek truth, to hold sincere convictions, and to practice your faith without coercion from the state. It protects people of every faith tradition, as well as those who profess no faith at all. In a diverse society, religious liberty creates space for peaceful coexistence while preserving the dignity of the individual. The dangers of a state religion remain as relevant today as they did in the past. When government favors one faith above others, both religion and liberty suffer. Faith can become a tool of political power, and those outside of favored traditions can lose equal standing in society. Religious conviction is strongest when it is freely chosen, not politically imposed. For this reason, freedom of faith and conscience remains one of America's greatest safeguards of liberty. A free society depends upon protecting the right of every person to respond to God according to the dictates of their conscience, free from coercion and secure in the protections of the Constitution. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Archbishop of Philadelphia, Nelson Perez.
Today is one day of great, great joy. On behalf of the Catholic Church of Philadelphia region and all her people, I'm honored to express profound gratitude as the Liberty Medal is conferred on Pope Leo XIV. This honor is a fitting recognition of the Holy Father's long-standing dedication to advancing liberty for all people throughout the world, particularly the gift of religious freedom. His work as a priest, a bishop, a cardinal, and now shepherd of the Universal Church has always focused on uplifting the inherent dignity of all people and building pathways to peace. Philly is proud that the Pope is a graduate of Villanova University who spent time living and working in our region. Pope Leo knows us, and we feel like we know him too. His influence, however, extends beyond Philadelphia. He shepherds 1 billion Catholics globally. The Holy Father is a world leader who places himself at the service of all humanity. He's gentle, humble, and kind. He's also a man of deep faith and extraordinary intellectual ability who understands the rich diversity of the global community and the complex challenges our world faces. Pope Leo is a true gift to everyone. His papacy, just over a year old, has already been marked by a desire for genuine encounter with all people and filled with the compassionate love of Jesus Christ. that love unconditionally embraces the stranger, the immigrant, the poor, the sick, the unhoused, those struggling with addiction, and all those in need. It does so without discrimination. That's a more beautiful than ideal. It's a mission to which we are all called when we fulfill it. We lift barriers, preventing our brothers and sisters from experiencing the fruits of freedom and liberty. Our nation was born here in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Today, we are especially mindful of the revolutionary vision that gave rise to the United States of America. Our founding fathers recognized that true freedom stems from defending dignity and the value of every human being. We share a common responsibility to further that vision. Let us embrace that responsibility with happy hearts. As the Holy Father expressed so eloquently in his recent encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, which I encourage all to read and reflect upon, created for relationship, every human person is planned and willed by God to enter into communion with him, with others, and with creation. Human dignity does not depend on a person's ability or wealth or position in life, nor on the right or wrong choices made. Instead, it is a gift that precedes and transcends each person, endowed by God as an expression of his unfailing love. The National Constitution Center serves as a beacon of hope by promoting the importance of the Constitution's ideals for all to benefit and call America home. We are overjoyed in its decision to recognize Pope Leo XIV's work with the Liberty Medal. May we follow the Holy Father's example and work to bring peace to our families, our communities, our world, our own hearts. And yes, may God bless you all, and God bless America. Que Dios los bendiga a todos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Archbishop Perez. Our next speaker leads the Commonwealth where William Penn established a bold vision of religious liberty, welcoming people of different faiths to live together in peace and helping lay the foundation for one of America's most enduring ideals. Governor Josh Shapiro has championed Pennsylvania's and Philadelphia's central role in America's 250th anniversary, helping showcase the Commonwealth's remarkable history to the nation and to the world. Please join me in welcoming the Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Vince, thank you for not just the kind introduction. Thank you for your strong leadership here at one of the most important institutions in the United States of America, the National Constitution Center. I want to thank our history-making mayor and my friend, Mayor Parker, for her strong leadership every day, but particularly as the world's eyes focus on the city of Philadelphia. To our elected leaders, to our faith leaders, thank you for being here today. It is fitting that we gather here at the National Constitution Center, a place that celebrates our collective rights and our individual freedoms, with leaders from all different backgrounds and faith traditions coming together to recognize a religious leader who has made an extraordinary impact on our world. Someone who has devoted his life to religious liberty and done so much to protect that freedom, not just for people of the Catholic faith, but for people all across the globe. It was here in Pennsylvania, as Vince noted, just a few miles down the Delaware River, that our founder, William Penn, set out to establish our Commonwealth as one of the few places at the time that would be warm and welcoming to people of all different faiths. A place that would be defined by individual freedom, most notably the freedom to worship as you wish. A century later, 250 years ago tomorrow, our founding fathers gathered just across the way to declare their independence from a king and to build on the foundation of individual liberty that Penn laid right here in Pennsylvania, declaring not just their independence, but that each of us have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. About a decade later, their independence won. Delegates from across our new nation gathered in that very same room, the old Pennsylvania State House, to draft, to debate, and to sign the new U.S. Constitution and subsequently the Bill of Rights. In drafting the Constitution, they made sure that the very First Amendment would protect the freedom of religion for all Americans. You see, religious liberty has been a foundational value for Pennsylvania and for our nation since the very beginning, and that remains the case today. 2.5 centuries later, I'm proud to be here today as your governor, as a man of faith, to recommit ourselves to the cause of religious freedom and to recognize His Holiness Pope Leo XIV for his extraordinary leadership. As the first American Pope, and someone who we all know and feel proud to know was educated here in Pennsylvania in the Augustinian tradition of Villanova University, Pope Leo has consistently used his powerful platform on the world stage to assert that religious freedom is an essential right for all people. He has reaffirmed the dignity of every human being, no matter how they choose to worship. On behalf of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the cradle of liberty and the birthplace of our democracy, thank you, Pope Leo, for using your voice and your power to advance religious liberty for all people. My own faith calls me to service. My faith teaches me that no one is required to complete the task, but neither are we free to refrain from it. To me, that is universal, and it means that each of us has a responsibility to get off the sidelines, to get in the game, and to do our part, to serve others and work to advance the cause of freedom. And I believe that work is needed, especially at this particular moment in time. Pope Leo, throughout his life, has exemplified that spirit of service from his days of Villanova to his days now at the Vatican, caring for our neighbors around the world and standing up for the freedom our founding fathers fought for 250 years ago. So as we celebrate the 250th July 4th of our independence and the freedoms that our founders fought for with the example laid by William Penn, we are proud to honor Pope Leo XIV, his work to protect religious liberty across the world. Thank you for your leadership and the example you set every day. May God watch over and bless Pope Leo XIV. May God watch over and bless the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And may God watch over and bless the greatest country on the face of the earth, the United States of America, and all of its inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Shapiro. Earlier this spring, I had the extraordinary privilege of traveling to the Vatican with the delegation from the National Constitution Center, including Archbishop Perez, to present the 2026 Liberty Medal to His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. It was a remarkable trip. We came as a multi-faith group of civic leaders representing an institution grounded in the American constitutional tradition and committed to advancing civil dialogue across differences. In that setting, the principles at the heart of our work, freedom of conscience, human dignity, and the responsibilities of self-government, felt both deeply American and broadly shared across traditions. But before we hear directly from His Holiness, I'd like to share a brief look back at that unforgettable day at the Vatican. These out for us. This is and I think maybe you already have one of these. I don't know. But also maybe something you'll actually.
I use these when I play tennis.
And then to represent the work of the Constitution Center, this is a copy of the acts passed at the first Congress. George Washington's copy with his notes, something that really connects why we're giving this award to you.
He's here. Oh! I'm off camera.
Yeah, you know, whatever you want.
From Chicago to Villanova, from the missions of Peru to the chair of St. Peter, you have dedicated your life in pursuit of human dignity and underscoring the vital role of religious liberty, of freedom of conscience. And so it is our great honor to be with you today. We are so humbled to be able to share with you this wonderful recognition. Thank you.
Holy Father, on behalf of all of us at the National Constitution Center, it is my great honor to present to you the 2026 Liberty Medal in recognition for your lifelong commitment to religious liberty and freedom of conscience.
I would just like to recall the words signed by the founding fathers of the nation 250 years ago in Philadelphia in the Declaration of Independence, when it said that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men have received fundamental rights from our Creator, and they include life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. May those values continue to inspire all of us in the United States and throughout the world, and together, hopefully we can all work that those freedoms will indeed be a part of the lives of all people everywhere. Thank you very much for the sign. I am sincerely honored and deeply humbled by this award. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Today, we honor Pope Leo XIV because his ministry has embodied the values at the heart of the Liberty Medal: a deep respect for the dignity of every person, a commitment to freedom of conscience, and a belief that faith can be a force for civic renewal. As America commemorates the 250th anniversary of its founding, it is especially meaningful that His Holiness joins us live from the Vatican to address the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce the 2026 Liberty Medal recipient, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, I am honored to accept the Liberty Medal of the National Constitution Center in this year that marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America with the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. On the eve of this momentous occasion, I offer a warm greeting to all those assembled at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. As a son of this great country, founded by courageous men and women who dreamed of liberty and of a better life for themselves and for their children, I join you in asking God's blessings upon America's future, that the lofty ideals enshrined at the beginning of the Declaration of Independence may continue to guide the flourishing of the nation in unity, justice, and peace. From our youth, most of us have admired the eloquence of those words, with their resounding appeal to the law of nature and to nature's God as the basis of their assertion that all men and women are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. While couched in the language of the Enlightenment, that claim is ultimately grounded in an understanding of the human person, inspired by the great biblical vision of man and woman being created in the divine image. It is indeed here that we discover the basis of human dignity, dignity which precedes the establishment of any state and whose custody constitutes its very purpose. In these past 250 years, for so many peoples throughout the world, it was the firm resolve to achieve the noble vision of the nation's founders that made America a byword for freedom, as the country opened its doors to successive waves of immigrants, enabling them and their children to play their part in shaping the future of the nation. It was this same love of freedom that inspired the United States in the darkest hours of the last century, at the time of the two world wars, to look beyond itself and at great sacrifice to champion the cause of freedom beyond its own borders. As every American knows, however, the path to building a society that would embody those high ideals of liberty and justice for all was not always easy, and in many respects is still a work in progress. Indeed, the effort to realize this vision is one that must be taken up anew in each generation and in the face of ever new challenges. Today, as we look to the future, this historic anniversary presents us with the opportunity to reflect once again on the nation's founding principles in the hope that America will remain ever true to the dream that has earned it the title of land of the free and home of the brave. The first right enshrined by the nation's founders was the right to life, for no one who is deprived of life can enjoy liberty or pursue happiness. A country's vitality is deeply tied to the value it affords to human life in every form and condition, acknowledging the dignity endowed upon every human person by virtue of their very existence. The inherent worth of every human life has led the noble hearts of generations to praise the marvelous works of the Creator and stand in reverence before so precious a gift. Indeed, it is precisely this reverence that we must continue to cultivate, one that sways the hearts of individuals and inspires laws that recognize and safeguard the gift from the moment of conception to natural death. Reverence, too, will aid us in discovering that we are guardians and stewards of those entrusted to our care. In this regard, the moral greatness of a nation is manifested, above all, in its capacity to support, protect, and cherish the lives of all, especially the most vulnerable and those whose worth is questioned. Following the right to life, liberty was and is preeminent among the principles revered by the men and women who have sought within this nation's borders a new beginning, often equating it with previously undreamed of hope. Though frequently understood as the ability to act as one would like, authentic freedom runs much deeper. It is founded upon the human person's capacity to know the truth and adhere to what is good, even at great cost. A sacrifice well known to many who have labored to shape this country. The desire for truth and freedom, as well as the very pursuit of happiness, continues to inspire people of all generations to ask fundamental questions regarding the meaning of life, our ultimate purpose, and indeed about God. And it is proper for magnanimous hearts to endeavor to answer these questions with sincerity. These answers inevitably determine the direction which we seek to give to our lives. And America has long championed the religious freedom necessary to follow responsibly the dictates of conscience in this regard, free from fear and coercion, as enshrined in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution.
We are going to leave this at this point to return you live to Mount Rushmore for our continuing coverage of America's 250th birthday, live here on C-SPAN 2.
On behalf of the National Park Service, thank you so much for joining us this evening as we gather on the eve of America's 250th birthday. Yes! Awesome. The crowd is ready. Absolutely. I just wanted to make a few remarks. Bringing an event of this scale to life has taken months of planning and collaboration. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our partners at the state of South Dakota, wherever you are out in the audience. Thank you so much. To Freedom 250 and to the White House, who've helped make this evening possible. Let's give them a round of applause. For more than 8 decades, Mount Rushmore has stood as a national symbol of both artistic achievement and the ideals under which this country was founded. Cue the thunder. Conceived in the 1920s, it was brought to life through the extraordinary craftsmanship of sculptor Gutzon Borglum and the dedication of hundreds of craftsmen. Today, it remains a place where millions come each year to reflect on our shared history and to honor the leaders whose likenesses are etched on these granite cliffs behind me. The men honored at this memorial, Presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln, remind us that the American experiment has always depended on courage, vision, and determination of those willing to serve a cause greater than themselves. Their leadership has helped guide our country through moments of extraordinary challenge, growth, and opportunity, and helped make us the nation that we are today. As stewards of this remarkable memorial, the National Park Service is honored to preserve this iconic place so that each new generation can experience its history, understand its significance, and draw inspiration from the ongoing story of our nation. Tonight is especially meaningful as we join Americans across the country in celebrating the enduring ideals of freedom, democracy, and opportunity that have guided our nation for 2.5 centuries. So enjoy this historic celebration, and I welcome you all to an unforgettable evening at Mount Rushmore National Memorial. Thank you for coming.
Across generations, Americans have spoken of liberty, not as an idea, but as a responsibility, not as something given, but something earned.
The preservation of the sacred fire of liberty is finally staked on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Upon the virtue of the people rests the preservation of that trust.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now, we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived, can long endure. We've come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live.
It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. The credit belongs to the man who is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat, who strives valiantly, and who errs, comes up short again and again, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly.
It is for us, the living, to be dedicated here to this unfinished work.
To the preservation of those rights declared at our founding.
To uphold them through duty and discipline.
And to prove worthy of them through action.
The price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
the government of the United States rests upon the virtue and strength of its people.
That this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom.
That we choose effort over ease.
That liberty must be guarded.
And that effort must be embraced.
That responsibility must be carried.
That the government of the people,
by the consent of the governed,
shall be defended by those willing to act.
And entrusted always to its citizens.
That this nation shall not perish from the earth.
That we dare greatly in its service.
That liberty remains its foundation.
And that its future rests with the
all
American people.
most authentic voices of the American West, the Chancey Williams Band.
I've been for lucky. can't shake the sandwich. Found some amazing grace. Kicker is out in half the chain. I she knows every little thing about me, and she loves me anyway. Like I knows it can't be easy, and she loves me anyway. I drive way too fast in my GTO. Sometimes I shock her with a redneck joke. She laughs, says, good thing you got a good soul. Well, I told her my past, she don't care. That's why my future's got long blonde hair. Reckon I'd follow her anywhere. Well, I she knows every little thing about me, and she loves me anyway. Like I knows it can't be easy, and she loves me anyway. And she knows every little thing about me. Still she loves me, wants me. But God knows girls gotta be crazy. No, it can't be easy. And she loves me anyway. Yeah, she knows loves me anyway. Oh, thank you so much. I got some miles on me, some miles on me. Sands time of these lines on me. I got some trials on me. Your love smiles on me. Go in the distance, yeah, I've learned a thing on three. Got these horses on the run, truck stop coffee in my veins. Keith Whitney singing about no stranger to the rain. Saw her down last night, now I left it on the phone. The road that takes me away, I always bring me home. I got some miles on me, some miles on me. Since time of this lines on me, I got some trials on me, and your little smiles on me. Go in the distance, yeah, I've learned a thing or three. go wild on me. Life put some trials on me. You lose smiles on me. Go in the distance, yeah, I learned thing on three. I got some miles on me. Say it's time to let some lines on me. Hey, you lose smiles on me. I got some miles on me. Thank you so much. Well, we just put this song out a week ago, you guys. This is a brand new one from us called Saddle Up here for you. She's a 10, pull you in where you've been, girl, all of my life. To the heart from the start, falling hard, yeah, in no time. She'll be parked in the car when you're drive. It won't even be crossing your mind. She's a little more saddle up, heading out of town. A little more moving on, hanging around. A little more late night on the highway running. If you ain't her goodbye, yeah, it's coming. So best of luck to the next cowboy who's got her in his arms right now. She's a little more saddle up, settle down. She's got a way of making you think she's the staying kind. With that kiss on her lips when it hits and that look in her eyes. Yeah, she always makes it feel like love till you're standing in a cloud of dust. She's a little more saddle up, heading out of town. Little more moving on, hanging around. Little more late night on the highway running. If you ain't her goodbye, yeah, it's coming. So best of luck to the next cowboy who's got her in his arms right now. She's a little more saddle up, and settle down. Yeah, no matter how good it's going, she's got a foot at the door without you knowing. She's a little more saddle up, heading out of town. Little more moving on, hanging around. A little more late night on the highway running. If you ain't her goodbye, yeah, it's coming. So best of luck to the next cowboy who's got her in his arms right now. She's a little more saddle up, settle down. She's a little more saddle up, settle down. Oh yeah, brand new in there for you guys now. Rushmore, I tell you what. All right, you guys, like I told you, we're from the great state of Wyoming. We do have a fiddle player in the band. Who wants to see Brooke play the hell out of the fiddle today? Slow play me some man music, like Grandma and Grandpa used to play, and I'll plug on down the river to a cabin hideaway. Spend the day being lazy, ride a raft Hey, hold her tight to make a little love in. A little too diving on the Mason Dixon line. It's my life, oh, so right. My Dixie Land line.
Well, thank you guys so much, man. What a crowd you are. We just got word in our ears that Air Force One is about 2 minutes from flying over. So you guys, it's going to be pretty epic. So get your cameras ready. But I'll tell you guys, this song this might be one of my favorite songs I've ever wrote. It's a story song. It's kind of an Old West thing. This one's called The Saint for you.
tired of choking on this gone dust again and again. So after years they hung up a drifter. So this time they finally got their man. And the newspapers call him a killer, and the common men call him a saint. In the land of the God-forsaken, sometimes they're one and the same, one and the same. and you. We ain't gonna apologize. And all y'all call us outlaws with our out-of-style cowboys. I hear your mouth, but I've got news, son. Our kind ain't ever gonna change. So all you uptown looking down earth, don't tell us how to live our lives. And I said all y'all and all us outlaws, yeah, we ought to get along just fine. And blame anyone for trying to escape that insanity. We'll be glad to show you around with some friendly hospitality. But if you stay a while, don't go trying to change this way of life that we love. And if you don't like the way it is around here, go back to where you came from. And all y'all call us outlaws with our out-of-style cowboys. I hear your mouth, brother, and I've got news, son. Our kind ain't ever gonna change. So all you uptown looking down earth, don't tell us how to live our lives. I bet all y'all and all us outlaws, yeah, we ought to get along just fine, boys. Come on. So all y'all call us outlaws with our out-of-style cowboys. I hear your mouth, brother, and I've got news, son. Our kind ain't ever gonna change. So all you uptown looking down earth, don't tell us how to live our lives. Now that all y'all and all us outlaws, yeah, we ought to get along just fine. Yeah, we ought to get along just fine. Oh, thank you so much. I'll tell you what, we've got to do a lot of really cool things in our lives, but I'll tell you what, that flyover while we're playing music for the great state of South Dakota and America on America's 250th birthday, that was one of the coolest things that ever got to happen to us. So thank you guys for spending that and sharing that with us. This next song is a song I wrote about my uncle. My uncle's name was Don, and you know, we got another Uncle Don going to be here in a little while, the Commander-in-Chief. But this is a true story about one of the greatest cowboys I ever knew. My Uncle Don. It's called The Ballad of Uncle Don for you. He'd bear down and they'd spur him hard. Was an Oklahoma roughneck came through town, bragging about a horse every miles around. No one could ride, so it made a little bit of folk, but Don stayed on that horse he'd get. Well, they opened that shoe gate, dust flew high, head on the ground, kicking straight for the sky. Said I know where there's an old place they stay. Just throwed everybody ever looked his way. Uncle Don just grinned through the saddle in his truck. Drove into town, said load him on up. Tougher than leather full of trying grit, and that right there is some cowboy shit. place called rodeo. Past the lights and all the laughter, you'll come across the bones. All those broken dreams scattered in the ditch. 'Cause some of us just don't know how to quit. We just nod our head and say a prayer every time they crack the latch. 'Cause that number on your shirt is like a bullseye on your back. Well, some days you don't clear living. Sometimes all you have to ground. Nah, it ain't easy trying to be the fastest gun in town. Every mile and every scar, every drop of blood and sweat was worth it. When I nod my head and say a prayer, and that gay man cracks the latch. Now who I am is more than just a number on my back. And I ride heavy leather, maybe someday I'll go down in history, just trying to be the fastest gun in town. Oh, no cowboys on for you. We rode into Killarney town to drink a pint or 70 down. I pulled a tail and I turned around and there before my eyes a lass with lovely hair red. I asked her for a lovely dance. She slapped me with her lovely hand and totally stood beside. Whoa, we're singing whiskey in a jar. Oh, we'll drink until we're blind. It's looking like a holy show. The morning we'll be shouting out, but now is not the time for tears. We're on the tear tonight. Huh. Through the door, 6'3", a mighty rugged bugger was he, with arms the size of apple trees and fists as big as cakes. I woke up lying on the floor. I'd won the fight, my mucker swore. My noggin and my arch are sore, and I can't feel my legs. Oh, we're singing whiskey in a jar. Oh, we'll drink until we're blind. It's looking like a holy show. The morning we'll be shining up, but now is not the time for tears. We're on the tear tonight. Third verse, this is for Rory Lemble out there. They're dancing on the tables now, the room is fairly spinning round. I'm merely to the piston plow like everyone else in here. And when they slam the clinker door, it's nor I've not been before. So go ahead, my friend, and pour another pint of beer. Oh, we're drinking whiskey in a jar. Oh, we'll sing it till we're blinded. It's looking like a holy show. The morning we'll be shining up, but now is not the time for tears. Now is not the time. Oh, we're singing whiskey in a jar. Oh, we'll drink it till we're blinded. It's looking like a holy show. The morning we'll be shining up, but now is not the
time for about one more. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, from a bunch of Wyoming cowboys here, we sure appreciate you guys letting us sing to you tonight. What a night we'll remember forever. You know, we live over there in the cowboy estate, and we have a little saying over there. With the way the world's got over the years, we think the world would be a better place if the world just had more cowboys. What do you think about that? This is for you tonight, America. It's called The World Needs More Cowboys. Hang on a second, Dale. Real quick, you guys, I want to introduce my band to you guys. These are my family. We travel all over. Here to my right, playing lead guitar from Saratoga, Wyoming. Would you make some noise for Mr. Wyatt Springsteen? Back there on the bass guitar, he came all the way up from Loveland, Colorado. Would you make some noise on that bass for Mr. J. Lee Downey? Oh, yeah. Hey, back here playing this other lead guitar. He's all the way up from Nashville, Tennessee, burning it down. Would you make some noise there on the guitar for Mr. Thomas Lewis? There in the drums, keeping us all together, one of the best drummers in the land. He's all the way down from Fargo, North Dakota. Would you make some noise there for Domino Dale Heave? Now, Rushmore, as you see, we got a girl in the band we like to brag about. She's the two-time and reigning Rocky Mountain CMA Musician of the Year right there. Playing the hell out of that fiddle. She's all the way up from Casper, Wyoming. Would you make some noise there for Miss Brooke Latka? This is for you tonight, America. It's called The World Needs More Cowboys.
Might not seem much on the silver stream, but they're still around. Well, those heart of steel, 6th Street and back down. Well, hey, Willie, I sure do hate to disagree, but I think a few more mamas ought to let their babies grow up to be one. Because the world needs more cowboys. I feel more people who ain't afraid to make noise. When stand up with that kind of don't give up tough. More those proud of me, yeah, I think the world needs more cowboys. They're coming inside and covering, helping all over this world. Some of the toughest cowboys I've made of cowgirls. Not that they're paid less, people pushing people around these days. If we had a few more cattle calls, countries, well, the world needs more cowboys. I feel more people who ain't afraid to make noise. When stand up
Live from Mount Rushmore, it's more of our continuing coverage of America's 250th birthday here on C-SPAN 2. A brief break as the crew sets the stage for more of this celebration. A little bit later, we're going to have some more music, a flyover by Marine One. We'll also hear from the governor of South Dakota. It's Governor Larry Roden. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum will make remarks. And then, of course, we'll hear from President Trump a little bit later. And then spectacular fireworks display. We'll have all of that here on C-SPAN 2. While we wait, we'll show you a portion from earlier.
The preservation of the sacred fire of liberty is finally staked on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Upon the virtue of the people rests the preservation of that trust.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now, we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived, can long endure. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tonight, we proudly recognize the courageous men and women who have worn and continue to wear the uniform of the United States Armed Forces. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for your unwavering commitment to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, our salute to service.
Where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child, where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child, where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? Where do we go now? Oh, where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Hey, where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? No, 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 no. Sweet child, sweet child of mine. Thank you. How we feeling about Rushmore? Let me hear you. All right, we are the United States Air Force Academy Band, and it is an honor to be here with you tonight. Let's keep that energy high, okay? Let's go. Hey. Ooh, life's like a road that you travel along. There's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave, a free, and lover soar, come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't hesitate to break down the garden gate. There's not much time left today. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Let me hear you, Mount Rushmore. Come on. You're going my way. I wanna drive it all night long. Hey, here we go. Through all these cities and all these towns, it's in my blood and it's all around. I loved you now like I loved you then. This is the road and these are the hills. From Mozambique Beach to those Memphis nights, the ride will pass the Vancouver lights. Knock me down to get back up again. You're in my blood, I'm not a lonely man. There ain't no love that I can hold. Roads so rough, this I know. I'll be there when the light comes in. Just tell me we're survivors. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Hey, and if you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Hey, oh, gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah, life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Oh, if you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Break it down. There was a distance between you and a misunderstanding once, but now we're looking in new eyes. Oh, yeah, yeah. There ain't no love that I can hold. Roads so rough, this I know. we have one more for you, and I want to hear you sing so loud with me, okay? Let's go. Hey, I know you know it. Let's go.
Hopped off the plane at LAX, we'll dream in a cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Whoa, am I gonna fit in? Jump in the cab, you're here for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and the Jay-Z song was on. Yeah, the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like hey. Got my hands up, playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab, and everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She's gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls not around me. That's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see are sombreros. Hey, guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune. And the Britney song was on. Come on. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like hey. Hands up, playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Let me hear ya. Yeah. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Bring it down. I feel like hopping on a flight. Hey, back to my hometown tonight. Something stops me every time. The DJ plays my song and I feel alright. Put my hands up, they're playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like hey. Hands up, they're playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Hands up, they're playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like hey. Hands up, they're playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. So loud. Yeah, it's a party in the USA.
C-SPAN 2's live coverage of the Mount Rushmore celebration of America's 250th birthday continuing after a brief break here. We're setting up for more of this celebration. Coming up, we're expecting to hear remarks from South Dakota Governor Larry Roden. There will be a flyover of a Black Hawk helicopter. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum is expected to make remarks. And then we'll hear from the President at about 11 p.m. Eastern. That'll be followed by patriotic fireworks spectacular display. That's all coming up here on C-SPAN 2. And of course, C-SPAN, C-SPAN 2, and C-SPAN 3 are the channels to watch for live and recorded coverage of the celebration of America's 250th birthday. We're showing you parades, speeches, and fireworks from around the country today and all day tomorrow, July 4th.
sip on some cook and a coffee. Swing by the whole place and say hi to Mama and Dad. Well, if we had time, we might throw down some crown by the campfire. Then we'll say our goodbyes and head back down that highway again. Well, I've been living on rodeo, cold beer, no Copenhagen. Trading my soul for some black top and white painted line. I live in this way, well, I may never make it to heaven. If we're lucky, we'll be in Wyoming tonight. Yeah, I've been living on rodeo, cold beer, no Copenhagen. I've traded my soul for some black top and white painted lines. I live in this way, well, I may never make it to heaven.
Welcome to the greatest, freest state in a nation that was founded on the principles of freedom. Here in South Dakota, we still honor America, our freedoms, our founding fathers. If you need proof of that, just look up. Above us tower 4 leaders carved in granite. Their image is built to last for generations. Their leadership will not be forgotten. More importantly, the principles and the values and the freedoms that they stood for carry just as much weight as they did 250 years ago. I wanted to read something that President Calvin Coolidge said 100 years ago when he commemorated the 150th anniversary of America. He said this about the Declaration: there's a finality that is exceedingly restful. It is often asserted that the world has made a great deal of progress since 1776, and that we may therefore very well discard their conclusions for something more modern. But that reasoning cannot be applied to this great charter. If all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with inalienable rights, that is final. If government derived their just power from the consent of the governed, that is final. No advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which it can proceed historically is not forward, but backwards, towards a time when there was no equality, no rights of the individual, and no rule of the people. Powerful words from a great leader who loved the Black Hills of South Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, America is not just a piece of land. America is an ideal, a set of values, a shining city on a hill, an example to the world of freedom. But freedom doesn't defend itself. That's our job. My great-great-great-grandfather came to America with 4 brothers alongside General Lafayette to help win the American Revolution. He survived that war. His 4 brothers did not. He was the first in a long history of family service to our nation, including my grandfather fighting in World War I, my father fighting in World War II, my brother in Vietnam, my son who flew Black Hawk helicopters, and my service in the South Dakota National Guard. Defending freedom requires the sacrifice of the brave men and women in uniform, but it also takes everyday Americans. It takes elected leaders, who know their duty and who put America freedom first. And it just so happens we have just such a leader here with us tonight. We are joined by our 45th and 47th President, President Donald J. Trump. He is a leader who says what he means and does what he says. Ever since he's been back in the White House, it has been like a light switch is turned back on. Now the lines of communication with Washington are back open. Our state can partner with federal agencies and influence change at the highest level with just a phone call. We have a president who puts American people first. He puts American safety first. And he puts American freedom first. It was 6 years ago, President Trump helped bring this event back. And when we took office again, and when he took office again, we got right back to work. And you see the fruits of that work all around you. Mr. President, thank you for making tonight happen. And thank you to everyone here at Mount Rushmore and everyone watching at home for joining this incredible celebration. My mission as governor of South Dakota is to keep our state strong, safe, and free. Like America is to the world, South Dakota has been a beacon of hope for what is possible when we keep government limited, when we remain true to American values and to our freedoms. Here, we recognize that our rights, liberties, and freedoms are not given to us by government, but by God. And government has no authority to take those rights away. America isn't perfect. Lord knows that challenges will arise. But America has overcome challenges for 250 years and turned them into opportunities. And we will continue to do that by holding true to the ideals of the four men on this mountain. Happy birthday, America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. There's one more man I'd like to thank. Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, and the entire team at Interior. And to Travel South Dakota for leading efforts on behalf of our state. Of course, Doug is from our neighbor to the north. So Doug, welcome to the better Dakota. Seriously, ever since the Trump administration took the reins, you've been a great example of communication and collaboration with the states, which makes sense because you sit where we sit. So thank you once again to Secretary Burgum, to President Trump, and to the whole Trump administration for making this event happen. So now, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome United States Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. Thank you all.
Good evening, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to celebrate 250 years of the most powerful nation in the world? Yes, it was 250 years ago. We're on the eve of that. 250 years ago, a handful of patriots, ordinary Americans, they gathered together and they did the improbable. They wrote a Declaration of Independence. For the first time in history, they declared a nation that was founded not on hierarchy, not on monarchy, but not on hereditary, but on an enduring truth, that every American is endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among those, you know what these are: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Most in the world thought that this dream would fail, but instead it became something that you're all a part of, the greatest experiment in self-government in human history. It's the story of America that's always been a story of people doing improbable things, things that people thought were impossible, we make possible. Tonight we gather beneath 4 presidents carved into granite, beneath a mountain that tells us a story of a nation made up of people like you. Yeah, baby, that's a B-52. They can fly from here to the other side of the world and back from missions from North and South Dakota. Let's give it up for our great Air Force. But yes, as we gather beneath these 4 presidents carved in granite that are telling a story, they tell a story of a nation, of ordinary citizens, citizens like all of you, pioneers, inventors, moms, dads, builders, people that had a dream and served their city, served their community, served their state, and some became presidents. We became the most exceptional, most abundant nation in history. Because what? Because of the freedom we had to turn opportunity into innovation and innovation into prosperity. We explored a continent. We powered the world with American energy. We fed the world with American farms. And we saved the world from fascism and communism. Not once, but twice. USA. Yes, that same spirit, that spirit that you're chanting right now lives on today. It lives on in our ranchers and farmers, our innovators, our entrepreneurs, our miners, our manufacturers, our small business owners, and it lives on certainly in everyone who served in our military. And thanks to President Trump, that revolutionary spirit that founded this country, that Americans believe that they can overcome any obstacle, it has returned. Under President Trump, America is back. President Trump is leading us into a new golden age, an age with peace abroad and prosperity at home. The famous faces behind us remind us of where America has been. But the faces before me, all of you and all the patriots watching at home, give me the hope for our country going forward. The faces of ordinary Americans who care for their families, care for their communities, care for their neighbors, and care deeply about the future of this country. In just a few minutes, the 45th and 47th President of the United States is going to join us under these famous faces, the faces of his predecessors. And how great is it for all of us to have a leader who's committed to restoring American strength, restoring American pride, who believes in unleashing American opportunity and ensuring that America's greatest century is still ahead. President Trump reminds us that we're a nation of abundance, a nation of opportunity, that we've been built on freedom. We're a nation that dreams bigger and bolder than ever before. Those dreams that you have, the dreams that you thought were impossible, in this country, they can come true. We're a nation that believes that we can do the hard things again, not just the easy things. But you know what we can do? We can all seize this moment together. Let's make this 250th year, the year that starts tomorrow, worthy of our great nation, worthy of those that have sacrificed everything to give us this opportunity of freedom and opportunity. I invite every American to join us, join in this celebration, be part of this inspiration, this country unlike any other, and do it not for you, do it for your children and our children's children. God bless you, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
You're always on the run now. Running
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much to the men and women of the South Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd, and what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine, and all of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Renheisen. Oh, they're good. I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring Constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president. It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous. Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history, and the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic ever, ever, ever in history. It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year. 250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington, the author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the great emancipator and savior of our Union, Abraham Lincoln, and the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, and won our freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA. Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries in Britain and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. on the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide-open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. That's right. These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom. And this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore. For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as long as we remember who we are, we have to always remember who we are and what we're all about. The United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that. And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved, almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here, given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before, and that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. Not every American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country. There has never been anything like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere, everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself, because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy, because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people, like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot, pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world. So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will send them quickly away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was, and it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads. We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome to cure diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world by far, the most Nobel Prizes. Well, they haven't given me one. Settled 8 wars, I still haven't gotten it. That's okay. And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years. In 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and they're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in 1 day, and we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly. We gave them a week off for a funeral because we're nice. It's true. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come. So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing stacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years, to technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country, from the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And to right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas. After 250 years, American freedom still rings, the American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall. No matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
On the outside of the bike rack.
the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally stalked, on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's bride, from every mountainside let freedom ring. Let music swell the breeze and ring from all the trees, sweet freedom song. Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let monsters sigh, let's break the sound prolonged.
That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
The great fundamental issue now before our people can be taken quick. It is, are the American people fit to govern themselves, to rule themselves, to control themselves? I believe they are.
let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
When the saints go marching in, now when the saints go marching in, yes, I want to be in that number when the saints go marching in.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
When times get hard.
future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them.
It's the guts and it's the glory, 100 stripes, 100 stories. It's the Pledge of Allegiance on the 4th of July. It's them handwritten letters from home. It's them sleepless nights alone. It's his newborn baby he left with his wife. Mr. Red, White, and Blue. Lay down here the light. Mr. Red, White, and Blue. For these stars that shine. Mr. Red, White, and Blue. Staying on these front lines. Mr. Red, White, and Blue. He'll pay the ultimate price.
I don't know about you, but I know about us. And we got 1776 reasons to party. Yeah, we just got paid, and we're settling up. And we got the subs up loud, and we about to get it started. Cause we the people in the Constitution, bumping Alan Jackson on the Chattahoochee. We're back roads raised, and Jesus saves. So let me hear you say hallelujah. So if you came to turn up, let your redneck loose. Crank your country up to the red, white, and blue. Yeah, if you love Levi jeans and freedom fried chicken, jacked up trucks and honky tonk women, raise your drink to the home of the brave. Ain't nobody party like the USA. A little louder now. Ain't nobody party like the USA. Ain't nobody party like the USA.
At the dawn of the 21st century, a free people must now choose to shape the forces of the information age and the global society, to unleash the limitless potential of all our people, and yes, to form a more perfect union.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
The God-given promise that all are equal, all are free, and all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness. Full measure of happiness.
When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. When America is united, America is totally unstoppable.
The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
dreams in their heads and very little money in their hands. Some are black and some are white, and they ain't too proud to sleep on the floor tonight. The blind faith in Jesus, you know that they just might. Rockin' in the USA.
Come on, Ray.
You know, I wish y'all would come along and help me sing this thing. It's all right.
Our American 250 coast-to-coast coverage continues as we take you live now to the first Independence Day Parade of the nation, held in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 2.
Anniversary even more special.
While much of the nation's in the bed, we're getting the party started here right now. Tonight, Gatlinburg is proud to partner with the Wounded Warrior Project to honor the service and the sacrifice of our local veterans, regional veterans. Get ready for patriotic floats, marching bands, military tributes, giant helium balloons, thousands of spectators celebrating together in the heart of the Smokies. Now, Austin, are you ready to have a good time?
I am so ready, and it has been so cool to see so many people pack into downtown. They were marking their spots with their chairs, and it's just really exciting to see everyone all out here to celebrate America's 250.
Now, everybody lining the streets of Gatlinburg, the nation is watching. Are you ready? Oh, let's hear it again. Are you ready?
All right, I think we are ready. Whether you are joining us here in downtown Gatlinburg or watching from home, we are so glad you're with us. Let's get this celebration started.
Leading tonight's celebration is the official 51st annual Gatlinburg 4th of July Midnight Parade banner, proudly welcoming everyone to America's first Independence Day celebration.
And right behind them, what better way to begin than with one of America's most recognizable patriotic symbols, Uncle Sam, welcoming everyone to this historic celebration of freedom and 250 years of our nation's heritage.
I know you hear those sirens. Leading the parade is the Gatlinburg Police Department. Established in 1945 with just 2 officers, the department has grown to more than 45 sworn officers dedicated to protecting our community.
Every day, these men and women serve with professionalism and dedication. Tonight, they're doing double duty, leading this parade while helping ensure a safe and enjoyable celebration for the thousands of families gathered along the Parkway. On behalf of everyone here tonight, thank you for your service. Now, following close behind are members of the Gatlinburg Fire Department, joined by neighboring volunteer fire departments from across our region. I don't know if you can hear them or not. These firefighters answer the call whenever their communities need them, and tonight we are honored to recognize their coverage, commitment, and selfless service. Please join us in thanking all of our firefighters for everything they do to protect our mountain community.
I'm sure there are so many kids in the crowd right now, so excited to see
This
these
was
fire
always
trucks.
one of my favorite parts, so I can only imagine. Marching proudly down the Parkway is the 14th Weather Squadron Special Ceremonies team from Asheville, North Carolina. The Special Ceremonies team preserves the proud traditions of military service through precision drill, formal parades, and ceremonial events that honor our nation, our veterans, and those currently serving in uniform.
The 14th Weather Squadron is also a highly specialized United States Air Force unit that provides critical climate and environmental intelligence, supporting military operations around the world.
Now please rise if you are able to join us in honoring our nation's greatest symbol, the Stars and Stripes.
For nearly 250 years, the American flag has represented freedom, courage, sacrifice, and hope. It stands as a tribute to all who have served